The meeting to order. This is 4:30 PM closed session, adjourned regular meeting. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalojedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji is absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items?
None for closed session.
Okay, and do we have any public comments online or?
We do not have any Zoom attendees, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, do you want to read through the items that we'll be discussing in closed session?
Yes, as authorized by the government code and on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F8 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is Bruce Allen Haroldson versus City of Redondo Beach et al., case number 19STC V46879. For item F2, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For item F3, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STCP02189. For item F4, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC V10146. For item F5, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23STC P00426. For item F6, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRC P00203. For item F7, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STC P03193. And for item F8, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23TRC P00325. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Witzansky, can you tell us who's going to be talking to these in closed session?
Yes, sir. So for all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park, and then for item F1, we will be joined by Alexander Frank, outside legal counsel on the matter, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Motion to recess the closed session.
In a second?
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Okay, we will see you back on or about 6 PM. Reconvene to, back to open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yeah, if you could, if council can turn on their mics, please. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
City Manager Wojciechowski, do we have any reportable actions out of closed section?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, and we have nothing to read off, so can I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, so I'm calling to order regular open session, regular meeting. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, let's see, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service to our country. Two of us tonight. Okay, well, thank you for your service. Let us all stand now for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Maddox, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Maddox, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Maddox, and I am in first grade in Washington Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is art. I like Pizza Coast Highway and Redondo Beach. Please place your hand over your heart, and I will lead you to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Well done, Maddox. If you could all remain standing, and while we take a moment of silence. Okay, thanks, Maddox. Come on up and give a picture of us. Great job. You did a good job. Good job, Maddox.
This is blue. I'm using blue. Yeah.
Okay, why don't you stand, turn around, and we can get a picture of you with the group.
There you go.
Okay, great job, Maddox. Thank you very much. Okay, presentations and proclamations. We do have two of those tonight, so I'll be coming down front. Thank you. Okay, good evening. Our first recognition tonight is for the Redondo Beach Little League Spring 2024 Majors Division Champions, the Dodgers. The Redondo Beach Little League has been serving our youth since 1953. They just concluded a successful spring season, which ran from February to June. In the Majors Division, where the ages range from 10 to 12 years old, the Dodgers team won the league championship. We are recognizing their achievement here tonight, so can I call on their manager, Dave Klewan, and coaches Gifford Lindheim and Trevor Nation to come up here with me. You want to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, City Council and Mr. Mayor, for having us here tonight. Redondo Little League has been a big part of my life, my family's life, and all of our players for many years. This final season was the culmination of their Little League career, and there was no better way than to go out winning the championship. And we appreciate all the support of the city for providing us with the fields and all of the services for these past 10 years that the boys have played. So thank you.
Thank you. And Thanks to the team and congratulations. So when we call your name, come on up and join us here to receive your certificate. So why don't we stand back here? Let's see, Toby Bryson, come on up. Luke Sonnen. I like the rings. You got to show everybody your rings. Bradley Lindheim. Hey, Bradley. Congratulations. Lucas Clewan. Congratulations. William Hayden. Congratulations. And David Clewa. Oh, that's you. Congratulations. Let's hear it for the team. Come on up, Tom. Come on in, boys. We'll get a picture, group picture. Good job. We'll get the council up behind you. Perfect. Okay, great job. Thanks.
Good job, guys.
Those rings. Okay, for our second presentation, may I call Chief Hoffman and Lieutenant Wayne Windman. Last month, Lieutenant Windman was awarded the post, which stands for Peace Officer Standards and Training, Excellence in Training Lifetime Achievement Award. The Post Excellence in Training Award recognizes individuals and organizations for outstanding achievements and contributions to law enforcement training. The award encourages and fosters innovation, quality, and effectiveness. The award is given in 3 categories: individual achievement, organizational achievement, and lifetime achievement. Lieutenant Wayne Windman's career with the Redondo Beach Department spans 4 decades, with over 32 years dedicated to law enforcement training. As a California Commissioner on Postmaster Instructor, he is consistently involved in various law enforcement training projects, from curriculum design for the Post Basic Academy to developing state-mandated advanced officer training courses and videos. After the tragic events of 9/11, Post asked Lieutenant Windman to create a law enforcement terrorism course for our first responders. This course, Law Enforcement Response to Terrorism, eventually became a legislative mandate for all California law enforcement personnel and now serves as a standard curriculum in the Basic Academy. Recognizing the rising challenges officers face in our rapidly evolving society, he ventured to redefine training protocols. His collaboration with Post has led to integration of cutting-edge technologies into training programs, from virtual reality simulations to integration of the Post Learning Portal. Lieutenant Windman has been at the forefront of innovation of the law enforcement field. Lieutenant Windman's steadfast commitment to peace officer training sets him apart as a driving force for positive change. With a talent for imbuing trainees with sense of purpose, he fosters an environment of respect and continuous learning. As a result of his efforts, Lieutenant Windman has cultivated a generation of compassionate and community-oriented officers. Lieutenant Windman was presented this prestigious award in a ceremony at Post headquarters on June 13th, 2024. Chief, do you have a few words you want to add to that?
Thank you. That's all very, very relevant information. One thing about Wayne is Wayne does not like the fanfare. It was difficult just to get Wayne to come here and be recognized. He does this stuff because he's passionate for it. He wants people to get the best training out there. I've been with Redondo Beach for 30 years now, and when I started, Wayne already had a very well-established career. He's put some time in, and he's seen just about every transition that we've experienced in law enforcement. One of the things that sets Redondo Beach PD apart from other law enforcement organizations is the dedication that we put into training. I believe that the highest trained police department provides the best levels of service. And Wayne is absolutely essential for providing the top-notch training that we get as a police department. Being a master instructor, as the mayor mentioned, is something that's very difficult to achieve. I think I've seen 3 since I've been at the police department. And it takes an incredible amount of commitment and dedication to achieve that level. And once you get to that level, then it's all about giving back. And Wayne is truly earned this Lifetime Achievement Award based on all of the training that he's given to so many people throughout the entire region, not just Redondo Beach PD, but as part of the South Bay Police Training Committee. It's absolutely raised the bar for law enforcement statewide. I couldn't be more proud of Wayne. He's been a friend and a mentor for me for over 30 years, and I'm honored to be up here to see him be recognized by the city. So congratulations, Wayne.
Are you sure?
It's just been an honor to serve.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you. Hold on. First up, let's see your award. So that is the award you've received from Post. And we want to add to that by giving you a little plaque of our appreciation from the city council here. So thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Come on back.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, announcements from the council. Councilmember Narenheim.
I got a couple, because there's always a lot going on in District 1. South Redondo there, just sort of town towards Boulevard, Nob Hill and Sapphire. We have the Greek Orthodox Church, and they are having their Greek Festival this weekend. It's one of the biggest highlights in the entire Southern California area, and actually it gets thousands of people to show up there. It's actually very well known throughout the Greek community, and actually the whole community as a whole. You'll see ads for that everywhere. So come on down. They have fantastic food, fantastic music and drinking. It's an amazing time, family fun for the whole family, kids, everyone. So it'll be going on. It'll be Friday through Sunday. And yeah, it'll be a big fest. Speaking of fest, Riviera Summer Fest was very well attended. They had a great event, they had great weather, and that was quickly followed up a few days later with our fireworks show in the harbor. And I heard that went really well. Wasn't here for that, so glad to hear of no problems with that. So thank you to everyone on the council for approving that and making that happen, for staff, police and fire, and getting all the people in and out and making a safe show. It takes a lot of work from city staff to move that forward. Saying of all the things that are happening, I'll be out of town this weekend for Independent Cities Association seminar for this weekend, and I normally have on the second Saturday of the month my community meeting. So I'll be moving that from the 13th, which is this weekend, to next weekend, the 20th, at Alta Vista, and I'll have a special guest. I'll have our city manager there to talk about all the things that we've accomplished over the last year, kind of what he's done or what we've done here in the city over the last year and a half, and update that and go over the budget and go over a multitude of other items like that. So come on down for that. I'll also have a quick little presentation. I'll just show a couple pictures about, I did a tour of one of the Athens facilities and why the MRF and trash facility, why separating out your trash and doing the right thing is important, and why how that affects your trash rates, and dramatically actually, and the trends that they're seeing and they've seen. And of course, I'll have my online meeting 2 days later on Monday, May 22nd, 6:30 at night. And everyone's invited for that as well. So other than that, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Light. Several things. One is the fireworks were fantastic on the 4th of July. I think even the weather somewhat pretty much cooperated for the most part. The marine layer was not too bad. So congrats to, I think it was Garden State, right?
Yep.
Who did that. It was great to have them back this year.
First year.
Well, great to have the fireworks
Fireworks
back
back.
this year, yes. Anyway, I do have a little bit of concern about the damage it does to our animals. You know, I have a dog, goes kind of crazy over them, but it's one night a year. So hopefully we can get through that, but congrats on that. The second thing is the LA County Police Canine Association has their annual show on Saturday, the 27th at the Seahawk Bowl at 1 p.m. It's pretty cool. I think, don't they drop dogs with handlers from a helicopter, I want to say, and all kinds of neat stuff. So consider going to that. And then finally, thanks to Elizabeth House for being my special guest, interim community services director at the June District 2 community meeting. We learned a lot about everything that goes on in our parks, camps, et cetera. There will be no District 2 community meeting for July. We're giving you the month off, but we'll be back in August. Thank you so much.
Giving the month off?
All of us for a long deserved break. So thank you.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yes, I want to say the K-9 event is spectacular. It's really fun. I encourage everyone to see it, especially if you've got kids. It's very entertaining. I want to promote my community meeting on Saturday, July 13th at 9 a.m. at Franklin Park. And then after that, at 7 p.m., will be Shakespeare by the Sea at Dominguez Park. Bring your picnic, bring a blanket. It's free. And bring all your neighbors. And then on Sunday, there will be another Shakespeare by the Sea, Henry IV, at Veterans Park, 7 p.m., and it's free. So bring everybody. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. From the COG steering committee this week, they discussed a good neighbor pledge by various cities, or trying to get all the cities in the South Bay to have a good neighbor pledge related to the response to homelessness after the Johnson versus Grant Pass Supreme Court ruling. It was decided by the steering committee that we'd have that discussion at each of our respective councils to decide whether the cities would sign on to that. So you'll see a referral from me later to have that discussion here. But that way, you know, ultimately it calls for cities to pledge not to oust homeless out of their city and push them on to neighboring cities. In addition, wanted to say thank you for our police and firefighters working, throughout the 4th of July weekend, and firefighters getting sent off to as strike force for the fires up north, as well as participating in the demolition derby for the benefiting the Burn Institute down in San Diego. Got to see a little bit of that, and it was great to see them there. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to announce that I had the pleasure of attending the City of Inglewood State of the City event, which was amazing. Mayor James Butts and Councilmember Eloy Morales and everyone else over there, they've just done an incredible job, and they really had a whole lot to celebrate. So I was happy to be part of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple. I had the honor of starting the Independence Day 5K down in Riviera Village. That was a lot of fun. I think it was around 5,000 runner walkers, and that was very entertaining. Appreciate Village Runner doing that every year. That's a lot of work they put in, and it's a great draw to our community. So enjoyed that. I also enjoyed the fireworks, but we've covered that enough. I do want to especially thank the city staff for pulling together. We had a small coyote incident. It wasn't a big one, but it required some response from the city, and I really appreciate the dedication of the staff to pull together quickly, come up with an integrated solution, and deployed the solution within 24 hours, and that was Public Works and Police Department, Legal, and City Manager's Office, so appreciate the quick turn on all of that. And then the last thing I have is we have an endangered species right on our waterfront that's recovering thanks to the volunteers from the community. And on July, they're out for about a 2-month period. Those little El Segundo blue butterflies are out right now. And South Bay Parkland Conservancy will be conducting walks where you can see an endangered species 5 inches from your face on July 13th and July 20th. So go to southbayparks.org, go to their calendar, and you can sign up for the spaces on their on their walk. It's probably one of the unique places where you can get access to an endangered species by just parking on the esplanade there. So come on out and learn more about the El Segundo blue butterfly, and if you like helping save a species, you can volunteer with SBPC and be part of it. Thank you. Let's see. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
Mayor, before we do that, staff would like to pull one item from the agenda, item H11. We'd like to bring that back at a later date.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda, taking out item H11.
Okay, can I get a second? We have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, can I get a motion to recess to the Community Financing Authority?
So moved.
Second. Okay, motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, I'm calling to order a meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Kaludidovich.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Barrett.
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Thank you. Do we have any blue folder items?
No.
Thank you. Let's see, we've got the consent calendar. Would anybody like to pull anything from the consent calendar? Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to go with the consent calendar as written. Does any member of the public wish to address the council on the consent calendar items? Anybody online? This is the finance.
But I don't have anything about it. I don't know.
I don't think this is the right time, sir.
No notification.
Not yet.
Okay, excluded, we have no excluded consent calendar items. We have no, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. Well, we have no other business. So can I get a motion to, any member items or referrals to staff? No? Can I get a motion to adjourn? Oh, public participation on non-agenda items related to the Finance Committee. Anybody? Anybody online? Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Thank you. Going back now to the normal city council agenda.
Will you do roll call? Roll call. Thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludidovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light. Thank you.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items?
Yes. Okay, for H12, which is the ordinance related to consolidating the Historic Preservation and Library and Recs and Parks Commission, public communication, J1, non-agenda items, public communications, and one, selection of the color palette for the new city logo, logo gradient and palette option number 3, previously shared color options. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, would any member of the council like to pull any of the consent calendar items? Councilmember Nierenheim.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
H14, please.
H14 and H11 is pulled, so that one's off. Councilmember Kalajировich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
H12 and H7, please.
H12
7.
and 7, okay. Councilmember Barrett.
Item H5, item 2 within that, and H6.
Okay. Would any member of the public wish to address any of the items on the consent calendar that have not been excluded? Anybody online?
Let's see.
Oh, we do have one speaker.
H5, I have,
We pulled H5
okay, oh,
and
Item 2 of H5.
item 2.
Within H5. H5 too.
we did not pull H9. So Dr. Lesser, I have a card for Dr. Lesser.
Hello, Mayor, City Manager, City Clerk. Thank you very much for that wonderful fireworks show, by the way. Just wanted to say that. I'm here regarding H9. I want to thank Chief of Police for putting this item on the consent calendar. And it's basically a temporary suspension of preferential parking to accommodate visitors to the LA County Police Canine Association. I'm Andrew Lesser. I live in District 1. I'm also the president of Southern California Labrador Retriever Rescue. Our organization rescues Labrador Retrievers. We've been a proud supporter of LA County Police Canine Association for at least 15 years, if not longer. And we're so happy to have them located now in Redondo Beach. They used to be up at College of the Canyons and El Camino College and Santa Monica City College, and now for the past 2 or 3 renditions of it, it's right here at Seahawk Bowl. So I encourage everyone to come at 1 o'clock. Our organization, Southern California Labrador Retriever Rescue, has a booth there. Many law enforcement agencies have a booth as well. And if we're lucky, we'll get a couple of foster dogs to be there and lick everybody's hands, faces, and that like. So anyway, thank you. It's July 27th, as Councilman Lowenstein said, Saturday, July 27th, 1 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone, and hope you all had a safe and happy 4th.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, this is Andy Porchap, and I just apologize I did not come for a while. I don't have anything to plug, any business of mine, just like this gentleman, but I urge you to vote for, the free parking, because I attended this meeting and I met with lots of police officers there. Unfortunately, the Torrance K9 did not win when I attended. I was only attended after it was over because I did not know they charged $20. So if you can park freely, maybe a few free tickets, because I like to mingle with the officers. Especially I have an officer from Inglewood, a lady, and that's where we met, Anyway, so this is a great event. I recommend to anybody. And it's nice to see the police, all the toys and the dogs. And after you can pet the dogs, you can mingle with the officers and the dogs. I had an excellent time. So anyway, thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you.
Oh, you are out of ink, by the way. Maybe buy some ink so I can read the agendas. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the audience? Anybody online?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like a motion to approve the consent calendar except H11, which was pulled, H14, H12, H7, H5, sub-item 2, and H6.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second, all 4?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Now we'll go through the excluded consent calendar
Before-
items.
Mayor, before we start, I need to read the
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
ones that have been approved. Okay, H9, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2407-055, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the suspension of preferential parking hours in the Vincent and Vincent II preferential parking districts on July 27, 2024, from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. H13, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2407-056, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to update the position of building inspector. And the last one, the last four, H14. Excuse me?
Page 14 was pulled.
Yeah. Oh, H14, sorry. Okay, that's it. I didn't see that. 2
Okay,
pages.
thank you. Okay, now we'll go into the excluded consent calendar items. Let's start with H5, number 2, Councilmember Barron.
I pulled the item because I'm going to abstain.
On just a second item.
Correct.
Correct.
Move to approve.
Oh, we got to take public.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody wish to speak to H5, sub-item 2 from the public? Anybody online?
I have one e-comment.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
We have to make a motion to approve all of them, right? We just pulled the second one?
Yep.
No, we pulled a bunch, but we're only doing,
H5.
so we have a motion to approve
H5
H5.
subsection 2.
Yep, that was
So
it.
now we're moving to approve H5 subsection 2 and he'll abstain.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
And one abstain.
Abstain.
Okay, item H6.
I pulled that item. There's been a kind of a continuing note in here from the city clerk referencing policy. So I didn't know if there's something we as a council need or want to do with respect to, at some point in the future, policy regarding this item. So that's why I pulled it.
What specifically do you have on policy-wise?
I don't really have anything squarely in mind right now. It's just this background note's been in there for a while. I think the issue was raised last year about should the excused absences, should it be requested within a certain number of days or, so I just, go ahead. I just brought it out in case I was overlooking something, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at the excused absences issues for a long time. First, we weren't recording them. Now we're recording them. Then they were coming in after the fact. And the ordinance specifically says it's got to come in beforehand. So, I mean, as long as someone has, as long as we get an attendance roster as well from the, isn't that usually attached once a quarter or once every 6 months?
Yeah, once or 6 months. Yeah, I mean, now that we got a new person, we'll be able to put it a little bit more consistent.
Do we know if anyone has been above the, well, actually, we don't have a level of, well, yeah, we do. If someone has missed more than 2 consecutive meetings?
Well, they're all excused.
All right, right.
So you'd have to look at it, because we have been getting a lot of excused for the last 6 months.
So as long as they come before the date, I mean, we could not excuse any of them if we didn't want to. But as long as, my thing is, let's follow the ordinance, and as long as they ask for it beforehand, before their meeting date, not after the fact, then just approve it.
Okay.
Was your question, do we need to discuss like a certain policy that we are going to abide by? And are we going to, even if the absences are excused and you miss 2 consecutive, are we going to do anything about that?
Right. Yeah, and that's kind of the question I raised. And to Councilmember Nierenheim's point, it does seem to make sense to have the excuse come in before the event, but then there's like the family emergency situation where somebody's like, look, God forbid I was in the hospital, you know, I'm telling you right now, 48 hours after the fact, can I be excused? So I don't know. And I don't know if we have any public comment on the issue, but I'm just keeping an open mind on what we do.
I do have one concern I have, and I'm new to this, so forgive me, but do we report on unexcused absences?
Yes.
Because it's not, so there were no unexcused absences in this period.
So far that I have, yeah.
It comes in the Excel sheet that you sent over. When was the last time we got that report?
I'd have to look. It probably was, I don't know, 4 months ago or so. Sorry, to look.
Okay, anybody else on the council wish to speak to this? We do have one public comment card.
Public comment.
Okay, Ron Morocco.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, City Manager, and I'm glad that you brought this up. And Ms. Councilman Nierenheim, I appreciate what you're saying because I haven't seen that summary report in a while. You guys hit it on the head. The problem that's missing is the unexcused absences from the regular meetings. the way it's set up is you do have to request permission, but if there's an unexcused absence, it's not being reported, it should be reported in this report to you all, so you know who's not coming. And I've been tracking these vacancies and unexcused absences for a while, so I want to give you the latest example of why it does need to be included in this report.
And before you go further, and part of my interruption, when you say unexcused absence, it's somebody who didn't request to be excused, and therefore we never see the name on the list.
Correct.
Okay.
So according to Legistar, which does all the agendas and everything, their historical commission on both the June 19th, 2024 meeting and the May 15th, 2024 meetings were canceled because of a lack of a quorum. And if you look at the requests that came in for excused absences, for the May meeting, there were 2 commissioners that requested an excused absence. 6 minus 2 is 4. The meeting's canceled for lack of quorum. There's 4 more unexcused absences that should be reflected in there. In the June meeting, there were no excused absences at all, and this report that you got tonight covers the period of June 3rd to July 22nd, and going through the previous report since January 1, all of a sudden you have a commission that's canceled for lack of quorum, so you should have 6 people requesting excused absences. So it's clear that it should be reported to you. And if you do have a lack of quorum, I mean, you can have a lack of quorum before the agenda is published. You can have a lack of quorum at the meeting. So both, what I would expect to see in the, on the council's, or actually the Legistar, is a video. Somebody calling the meeting in order, somebody taking the roll, somebody saying we don't have a quorum, and then the meeting's concluded. And it should be public and it should be broadcast. That should be the normal protocol. There's no minutes, no video, no indication of who attended the meeting. So as I said, I think that the clerk needs to report to you all what's going on. And I think there was a question about commissioners missing meetings. Since January 1, one commissioner has been excused from actually all the meetings that the commissions had since January 1. The request for excuse came on the day of the meeting. So there needs to be a more robust reporting both to the council and the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Ron. Anybody else wish to speak to this item? Anybody online? Councilmember Barrett?
Any comment?
Yeah, I mean, this seems to, without going into it, seems to overlay a little bit with H14. So I guess we'll be talking about that. And to the public, Mr. Morocco or anybody else, if you have a specific recommendation you want to put in writing and submit at a particular time, I think the council would be happy to take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
To the city attorney, just a question. If a meeting convenes, a commission meeting convenes, and there isn't a quorum, has a meeting really occurred?
That's the closest I've ever got to if a tree falls. So no, the meeting has not occurred. I would take the opportunity to point you to 2-9-107 of the uniform regulations dealing with commissions.
We can't see the presentation.
2-9 what?
107.
No, but even the
Yeah.
numbers don't come up when you're.
So can you,
You want me to light it up?
I've never had the ability to do that again. So you can light up my screen?
Yes, she can.
Oh, yeah, I can.
I suppose that it's just been added. So if not, then yeah, please go ahead.
PCs.
Yeah, we just get a gray
This one?
screen for presentation.
Oh, right here. Okay,
And then video wall.
let's see. There we go.
Hey,
So if you look at 2-9-107, if any member of a commission his absence from the regular meetings of a board or commission for a period of 60 days consecutive regarding following the last regular meeting, unless by permission of the city council expressed in its official minutes, his or her office shall become vacant and shall be so declared by the city council. So you already have the tools in place. And I'm not certain, I think it may be a past version that you're looking at. I don't think they have to request it beforehand. And that takes care of Councilman Barron's, like things come up and I wasn't able to get there, and you can still ask the council. Council can say no. It could be one of the factors you keep in mind. Hey, did they tell us ahead of time? Or if they told us after, what? I don't really remember councils saying no. But you have a policy in place, an ordinance, and so you may want to make a referral to have the clerk return with a report of how many people have missed 60 days. And that could lead to a whole series of...
Regular meetings.
Right.
So lack of business doesn't count.
Well, that wouldn't be a meeting, so, but I think what you're looking at is people aren't showing up.
Right.
And it normally doesn't happen all at once. And you end up with, so anyways, you may want to look to see the scope of the problem, but just wanted to make you aware of that. You have a pretty robust tool to deal with that.
Motion to excuse these absences and direct the clerk to return with a list of commissioners who have been absent for 60 days or longer.
2 meetings, 2 consecutive meetings.
I would also add just the unexcused absences for maybe the last 4 months. We haven't been getting that information, so.
Right. And it depends, because there are a couple of commissions that meet every month, some that meet less frequently. So it may be good to just know 60 days and the whole list of, for 6 months, how many unexcused absences have you had?
Let's do that going back to when they were sworn in September, because that would be a cycle, August or October, because we're getting into a new year, right, for them, so to speak.
60 days or more and unexcused absences. Anything else? All right, that's the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All four?
Aye.
Okay, H6 is done then. Item H7, pulled that one.
Sure. I just wanted to pull this item and give Mr. Liu, our traffic engineer, an opportunity, or Mr. Wingy, our former city engineer, current Director of Public Works, opportunity to discuss the safety improvements that you're proposing at Artesia and Ringe, which I appreciate.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Andy Wingy from Public Works. This project was initiated a couple of years ago in response to concerns about traffic safety, especially left turns on Artesia Boulevard. We are at the point now where we're ready to approve the plans and specifications and put this out for bid for a public bidding process. The project goals are to replace old equipment that we have out there, video detection equipment, and upgrades traffic signal controllers to meet the county standards. The county operates this corridor for us, so bringing it up to standard will help with that effort. And we are also making some improvements to the left turn movement at each of the intersections by installing flashing yellow arrows, which gives us some flexibility with permissive versus protected left turns, as well as making median changes at Ringe, where we've had a number of collisions to improve visibility and sightlines there. So that is the goal of the project.
Awesome, sounds great. What is the change at Artesia and Ringe that's going to take place? Because I don't see, I heard from Councilmember Barron that bollards and a painted bulb out would occur. Could you kind of explain that a little more, please?
You have that on the next drive. Yeah, why don't you pop that slide up? We have a slide for that. Thank you for asking. We had We had included in the design a bulb out at the northeast corner of the intersection. Ryan's pulling up a aerial, or not an aerial, but a plan view of the street intersection there. And he circled it in yellow. What's designated on the plans is a bulb out, and that would direct traffic out of that curb lane there, which is no wider than the parking lane, which exists further back on the block. But to slow cars down as they make a right turn, moving northbound onto Ringe, and to just create a little more controlled movements from the vehicles there to better protect the pedestrians stepping off into the crosswalk. On the right-hand side, you'll see a simulated look at a different, not this intersection, but what it might look like after it's installed.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the innovative thought on how to slow cars down here at this troublesome intersection. The only feedback I'd get from the bulb outs that we, or give that from the feedback from the bulb outs that we did on Grant, is that people have a hard time making a right turn around these bulb outs. They kind of circumvent them rather than going out and making a right. I'm not sure if when we do the painting here, we could kind of just slant that corner a little bit, just so they're not, hitting this bollard for example, in the first 7 days that it gets erected. They've adjusted on Grant Avenue, but these Artesia drivers might be different than the Grant drivers, and they're going to cut the corner, is all I'm saying.
Well, they are located a little bit further back from the intersection than the ones at Grant, because the ones at Grant include the crosswalks dimension. This is prior to the crosswalk dimension, so.
But there's the Taco Bell that exits onto that. There's not a lot of room there.
Well,
Yeah, so the way it was designed was to avoid the exit driveway for the Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you.
So that's the intent. It is somewhat new technology, if you will, in the city. So we had a conversation with Councilmember Barrett today about similar concerns, and we think, it's a lightweight improvement. We can remove it if it doesn't work out. We'd like to install it and see if it makes a difference.
Is there any risk of a driver taking that out and then a pedestrian moves farther out because it's a bulb out and they get taken out with it?
Not quite sure I understand your
So I'm
scenario
a
there.
pedestrian wanting to cross there, so I move out to the edge of it, ready to dash across the street when the walk sign comes on, and somebody cuts that corner, takes out a bollard.
So the bulb out is not necessarily meant to be a pedestrian refuge during a red light. They're meant to stay on the curb, but this protects traffic from using that far
I know what
right
it's
curb
meant
lane.
to do, but there's nothing preventing people, they're used to now with the bulb outs, you go out to the edge so that you can get across quicker, during the walk period.
Yeah,
But the crosswalk hatch marking doesn't go into the bulb out, right?
It will.
It goes all the way to the curb. The bulb out
All the
actually,
way to the curb, got it.
the bulb out is designed, there stops before it gets to the eastern edge of that crosswalk. Yeah.
And you say drivers have taken out these bollards on Grand?
No, they're not bollards on Granite, it's a curb, and they've
Yeah.
complained that they hit their tires on them. So then you send an informational video or diagram of how you need to start making the turn later, rather than earlier the way that they were, and then they have adjusted and there are no more complaints.
Okay. So these are lightweight plastic bollards, right?
That's
They're not
correct.
meant to protect pedestrians that are behind them in real time. They're meant to signal to the driver to move their vehicle into the traffic lane and remain in the passing lane, the driving lane, until they make the right turn, rather than sneak up against the curb to
Is there
turn.
a way to make the one right by the pedestrian crosswalk a solid one that would provide some protection for the
May have
pedestrian?
unintended consequences as well.
Well, I'd rather some dumb driver hits it than we lose a pedestrian.
Yeah, we have nothing there now, and this would seem to direct traffic into the traffic lanes and keep them away from the curbs, which is the intent.
All right.
Yes, things could go wrong. Drivers do not always follow the traffic.
Well,
lanes.
I'm more worried about pedestrians thinking, oh, I can get a head start by waiting right
We
up
do
to the...
have also proposed here the leading pedestrian indicators, which do give them a little bit of a head start. Is it 4 seconds here, Ryan?
Yeah, we're planning on 4 seconds. So with all these upgrades, a lot of these upgrades to the signals are inside the cabinet itself, so you won't be able to, physically see a lot of these upgrades. But that will allow us to, in working with LA County, to provide that head start for the pedestrians
Yeah.
at these signals. Because
That
right
still
now we
won't
can't.
preclude them
Yeah.
from getting up to the edge there, ready to go.
Cars moving, respectfully, Mayor, this is the most dangerous intersection in District 4 with cars moving at 35, 40 miles per hour on Artesia Boulevard. I don't think any residents are trying to get closer to the street than they have to be when they're crossing.
I'll tell you, on PCH, people are right there, ready to go at the crosswalks, but
I understand that the sort of scenario that you're painting. I do. I think it's not too different than the situation that exists today where, pedestrians waiting on the curb and someone's turning right at that space. Someone turning right could be, hitting the curb and hitting the traffic equipment and the pedestrian there. It's a similar type of risk. So I don't think we're, introducing a new risk or making making things worse.
well, except it's not a sharper turn. That's why you're putting this in, is to calm the traffic, and you have to make a sharper right. And so, they are more apt to get close to this as they're turning, especially in the adjustment period. But I'm not going to belabor it.
All right.
We can go
Just,
on with
I guess to address the mayor's concern, when the bulb out is painted, is it possible to accept from the paint the crosswalk, so the crosswalk remains a crosswalk and people realize that that's not protected, right?
Yes, the crosswalk striping that's out there will remain and will go all the way to the curb.
Okay. Contrary to what's pictured
Yeah,
here.
this is just an example from another city that
Right.
decided to paint,
Okay.
the whole area, but that's not exactly, like, the one on the left is the plans that are subject to approval tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Motion to approve H7. Thank you
other
for your
discussion?
innovation. I really appreciate all this attention to
Any other
Artesian
discussion on
Reach.
this item?
Any public comment?
Okay, I'll get
I'm sorry.
public comment.
Hi, Ron Morocco again. I'm familiar with the intersection. What you haven't talked about is how the interaction between bicycles and e-bikes on that corner, if you force them all into that small one traffic area, that's where the real risk is going to be, not the pedestrians, but the bicyclists.
They'll just cut through that. Any other member of the public wish to speak to this?
Hi, I did not read this at home, but I'm lucky I came because I learned 2 words, the ball and what was the other one? Bollards. All right. And he's learning till he dies. Anyway, so I think you remove this picture, thank God. I think this is just slowing down traffic. This is just slowing down traffic. It's in the way for traffic. The only thing this accomplish, slowing down traffic, people could turn right and move, but you don't want this. You want the bollards and you want the, what is it? Ball cuts. Anyway, so it's nice to spend money on this and slow down the traffic, and then people can sit in their car and pollute because they sit in their car. Or these e-bikers come, they move easily in and out, what is that, Paul? Anyway, bollards or whatever you call them. So they're just gonna go around it and cause more traffic hazard, for people. So this is just the dumbest thing, it can happen. But this is not new in America, because we used to have 2-lane roads going this way. Now we have 1-lane roads, and they put in the middle a section, then you can turn left, So every 2-lane this way, every 2-lane this way. Now we have 1 lane here, and 1 left turn lane, but somebody uses sometimes, you know what I mean? And the yellow left turn signal. Okay, just let me tell you a story. I came to America, and it was like 2-lane, and then you got a red light, and then if somebody wanted to turn left, they just turned left when the line turned green. Now you have to wait if you want to turn left. You have to wait till that light would turn, but arrow would turn green. So slowing down traffic. And now, in the past 2 or 3 years, some brainiac has nothing to do but think about dumb things, made the yellow light. Now, like when they installed this yellow light in Torrance, multiple accident happened. Multiple accident happened because people doesn't know what a yellow left turn arrow means. So most of the people know that, yellow, pay attention and yield, but some people just go without looking at, and in the other direction, cars coming and kaboom. But that accident is good for the lawyers and the doctors and, and insurance companies. So go ahead, more yellow and more ball cuts. Ball cuts, very good.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to speak on this one? Anybody online?
No, no e-comments.
Okay, we had a motion. I don't think we had a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, that's item H7 is approved. Going to H12. Was that you,
I pulled it.
Councilmember Obaji?
Sure. I just wanted to address this email from a commissioner here, Steve Colleen, that we received and blue foldered. If we could show B2B, please. First, for all commissioners out there who may be watching, I appreciate that you volunteered to be on commissions. But the first thing that Mr. Colleen did is essentially harass our staff, Gary Margolis and Elizabeth House, about decisions that the council made to appoint Mayor Light 3-2. That's a council decision. Staff can do nothing about them. So why write them a long email about what they can't control? Second, he goes on to call the mayor's idea here idiotic. Sure, commissioners have free speech. But then he goes on to say that, so my suggestion is that we leave the things the way they are and let the newly elected councilmen and mayor make those decisions. That statement's sexist. Redondo Beach is an inclusive place. Next March, we will elect council members, men and women. This is unacceptable from a commissioner, let alone a chair of a commission. So I wanted to put this on the screen so that the historical commission's chair's email is part of our history. That's it. I move to approve H12 after public comment.
Okay, anyone else on the council wish to speak to this one? Okay, let's.
I did wish to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just popped up.
Yeah, I think this does kind of overlap a little bit with the discussion we had on H6 and some of the issues and potential problems with having quorums. And I also, I think as you did as well, Mayor, took a close look at the correspondence we received from Jennifer Hall, right, who's the chairperson for the Redondo Beach Library Commission. And I see we have our library director, Dana Zink, here with us. And also the letter from the Recreation and Parks Commission from Commissioner Masood Yousafzai, who I spoke with and know and consider a friend. I thought both of the letters raised some valid points. And I think what's being proposed here, all in all, will address those issues. I think it has the potential to be a better situation for staff and members of the public. And I will say, if this doesn't work out, it can come back and we can make changes. So I'm in favor of giving it a try. There's no guarantees, but in some ways, this may actually increase public participation in some ways. So thank you for bringing this to us, Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would like to comment a little bit before we go to public comment. I went back and looked at the numbers when I was putting together my recommendation, and just some top-level numbers that drove me to this decision. Across these four commissions, and I looked at all of them, but I re-looked at, for the whole year of 2023, I grabbed the statistics on the items in there, that they were contemplating, and the number of canceled meetings. In all, out of these four commissions in 2023, 18 meetings were canceled. And it was a variety of reasons. Some were lack of quorum, some were lack of business. And a couple were actual holidays. So the holidays you can't really count, but the other ones, are certainly indicative. Also, when I looked at the actual decisionable agenda items that they contemplated in each of their meetings, and I included even just receive and file a report. If you took that across all the commissions for the whole year and then averaged it out over 12 months, it was three items per commission, per meeting, for this new commission per meeting. And I think that is actually a digestible amount. I know it will vary, but I think that's a digestible amount. And I'm hoping that when you have something more important that requires a decision, the commissioners will get more engaged and we'll see less absences and less cancellations. So that was my intent with all this, along with the cost savings of staff time and the lost opportunity cost of staff time. So that was my driver. I appreciate the support on this. So with that, I have a card from Ron Morocco. Third time tonight.
Yeah, and it'll be a fourth time and a 10 o'clock curfew, but we have the charter review to do as well today. Ron Morocco, District 3. I've expressed my views to a number of you already about it, and I do believe that going forward, it's consolidating may not be a good idea. However, I recognize that it's the prerogative of this council and the mayor and the city staff to try something and go forward with it. All the commissioners serve at the pleasure of the council. But I'm here today, and I did want to thank Mr. Smoody for all the work that he's done and his thoughtfulness in presenting what's before the council and crafting the provisions. I especially am appreciative of 2-9.1502C, which will hopefully ensure that there will be no more vacancies on this commission, any of the commissions, because it's going to bring all of the parties of the council as well as the mayor together. So I do thank you for that, and I wish you the best of luck with it. You're reducing 28 positions down to 7. So the question that's going to come up with your position, Councilman Barron, is, are we really encouraging community involvement? And this super commission is really a community involvement commission. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porcher. Today is your lucky day I could attend because I wasn't really attend, but here I don't want to, how you call them, lecture you. I just would like to tell you, Torrance is redoing their, rules and codes, like the charters, and because the charter city. And this came up, And the thing is, these commission members, they don't understand the deal. They are the puppies, and the city manager is the boss with the leash. You know what I mean? Just for an example, like the airport commission in Torrance, were suggesting something to the city manager, where did the money go for the airport lights, So they got kicked out, they are suspended for, I don't know, forever, but nobody missing them. Like, you don't have an airport commission, right? And you're just running the city fine. So in my opinion, and also in Torrance, they're saving time and money. So the commissions used to meet once every month at least, now they just 2 months, 3 months, you know what I mean? Because, who needs a commission? You know what I mean? Who needs people opinion? You know what I mean? Who wants somebody from the outside world, bring in a little different opinion, different view, Just like me, I like it here because you are nice and you let me talk 3 minutes, you know what I mean? But when you have commissioners, not allowed to talk, or not to have suggestions, that's not a good idea, Because in my opinion, the real democracy is when people can talk and express their opinions and not necessarily, like I'm just talking about in Torrance, following the rules of the city manager. You know what I mean? Because in the city of Torrance, now the city manager is like a king without a crown, or whatever without the key to the city. You know what I mean? So the city manager can do whatever they want, and the city commissions, if they say something or suggest something, but the city manager did not like, they are kaboom. you know, they gone, just like Mr. Neckerheim. All right. I like you because you give me three minutes, not like those disgraceful Toronto city officials, because they want to hear from me, but they give me 1 minute, you know, because you know, you can say anything in a minute, and we have a barricade in Toronto too. That's my other suggestion, a barricade between the people and the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
None.
Okay, we have the motion. I didn't hear if we got a second on that.
No second yet. Motion approved by title only ordinance 3272-24.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Mayor, I need to read the introduction by title only, ordinance number 3272-24, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, repealing sections 2-9.201 through 2-9.303 and sections 2-9.1101 through 2-9.1203 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding the Historical Preservation, Library, and Recreation and Parks Commission, and adding section 2-9-1501 through 2-9.1503 regarding the Consolidation Public Amenities Commission for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, that was 4-0.
Yes, I got it.
Okay. And now on to H14, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Light. The master fee, approval of the master fees happens around budget time every year, and usually it's just something that we let go. This is my 16th budget between 8 years on the school board and now 8 years on the council. I want to read to you some of the things that went up in the last budget. One was Alta Vista's rental went from $110 to $200 an hour, 81% up. Aviation gym, the large gym, $110 to $175. The small gym, $83 to $150 an hour, 81%. Picnic shelter went up, renting that 127%. Maintenance fees, 155%. Parking permits went up from $110 to $175. That's the one that probably most people gave them pause. It's 59%. I wanted to bring this up because I didn't really have a chance to do so at the budget, but now we do since we're talking about master fees. This was probably one of the worst budgets I had to sit through in terms of arguments, in terms of lack of cooperation, and also lack of consideration of residents. It really bothered me. And that's why I voted against the majority during the budget and had to compromise at the end because we needed it passed by June 30th. This is going to be my last budget as a voting member, no matter what happens, and I think it's Councilmember Nierenheim's. But the three of you have the opportunity to be here for another 4 budgets, or 6 budgets, depending on when you're elected. And I want us to think about not just rubber stamping things that staff wants or that we want, and not spending the entire amount of our budget down to 0, because that's basically what we did without really thinking about it. And I'm trying not to rehash what happened, but when we had a motion, we didn't burden our residents with these huge increases, especially things like parking permits and $55,000 for parking enforcement that we are trying to get back by ticketing more people. I really hope that going forward that the other council members that were for this really think twice about what you're doing in terms of putting fees in the backs of residents, because that's not why we're here. We're here to provide services at a reasonable cost and not to make money off of residents. A lot of people, I'm sure most of us up here are fairly affluent. We can deal with these fees. Some people are on food stamps. Some people are in Section 8 housing, and they can't afford these fees. And I really want us to think about it and not just pass it. And I think that was wrong. And I'm going to vote no on this because, honestly, it was not the right thing to do. And I only went along with the majority because we had to pass the budget. But I was not happy about how this happened. I didn't want it to go without us discussing this, or at least throwing it out there again. These are huge increases. And I don't care if neighboring cities do it or not, it's not right to balance it on the backs of residents. Hardworking taxpayers that already spent a lot of money in property taxes to live here. And yet, here we are, raising concealed carry to $500 from 20-something dollars or whatever it was. Whether you agree with guns or not, that's just not the right way of handling this. Picnic shelters, 55 to 100. And these are working class people that can't afford this kind of stuff. And I think somebody needs to look out for folks. Not everybody has the luxuries that we have to be able to afford these kind of things. So I'm going to vote no on this. I don't think it was right to do it. And I do hope going forward that there's more collegiality and compromise about putting together a budget, because I don't feel like that. I thought that was definitely missing. Definitely missing among the majority here. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Abaji, you said you had your hand up.
Sure. Councilmember Lowenstein, I'm just surprised to hear that, considering you'd allocated $65,000 to replace box signs in your budget, to $72,000 to paint traffic poles, which totally do not enhance anybody's quality of life. Our budget initially had over $280,000 left over that we're going to carry over for future years. Just tonight, I had a former council member approach me and say, hey, Zane, we need funding for the Wiley Sump Preserve. That's not something that we funded this year. And I assured him, hey, we developed systemic revenue for the city. For next year, I'm hopeful we'll have a surplus. We'll be able to allocate money to that. And then you increase rents and percentages by 10% to the RB Performing Arts Center, which just got back to its pre-pandemic levels. Right. You didn't take a tour of it before making that decision. You didn't ask staff, would that be a good idea considering it just rebounded? And what would be the effect of that? Or what else do they need to bolster the revenue from the RB PAC? You just threw that out there without any sort of investigation. So that's why we did not go on with your motion. We cut out the flack, the pork barreling, and we focused on what was strictly necessary to deliver high quality service to the residents in terms of after school programs, resurfacing our courts, tennis courts, developing appropriating the money for sound installation for pickleball, wherever it may be. Not allocating $350,000 for pickleball at Dominguez Park, which has sinks and isn't suitable for that kind of level surface. Just take a look at the baseball field. So, any event, I support these increases, and we even compromised with you and reduced the parking permit fee to $175. Look, you don't want a parking ticket in Redondo Beach? Parking ticket's $75 for failing to pay your parking meter. Buy a parking pass for $175. You'll be parking ticket free in the city of Redondo Beach for an entire year. That's it. Easy.
Okay, Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the comment that a lot of these fees needed to go up so that we can hire more staff to actually provide the services for our residents, after school programs, community service across the board. So in order to actually provide services that people are looking for, we need to raise fees so we can hire people to do that. When it comes to concealed weapons, I'm happy that we have that program, but I don't want to subsidize that. We shouldn't be subsidizing concealed carry weapon permits. If you want one, you can pay for it. I'm totally fine with that. So I wanted to focus that we are raising fees because we're not creating revenue other places. That's where we're at. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Pork barrel, $65,000 to replace signs across the entire city that we're about ready to discuss. How is that a pork barrel? I spent $40,000 total in my district, other than Wilderness Park, which is for pretty much the entire city. So how do you consider that being pork barrel? I actually gave up a lot. You guys, when you talk about pork, look in your budgets. I didn't spend $1.4 million in the subdivision trust fund and burn it down to zero. So I just want to make sure that the city knows, and those things were not just for my district. The traffic poles were across the area. Things that you should be doing in your district, like paving your streets, that you're not doing, and other things like that. So don't tell me that, no, allow me to finish.
It's not rehashing
No,
the
don't
budget
tell me,
discussion.
don't call it pork when you know damn well. We know why you nixed the budget motion that you wanted to claim credit for, and that was it.
Okay. that's
So
enough.
don't go there.
Let's not go to blame. Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Thank you for pulling this, Councilmember Lowenstein. I fully agree with you in not passing this and saying no on this. You know, being up here for as many as years, I think the best way is to sum the record revenue year, I might add. Record revenue year in Redondo Beach forecasted without raising of the fees everywhere. Just want to say that straight out. Before raising all these massive fees, record revenue year in all of our revenue departments. And that's without some of the hotels fully online. You know, there's a great quote about a California budget years ago when they had a budget problem. It was, California does not have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem. That's the problem that this council had this last budget season.
2 years.
2 years, actually. Credit card spending, you know. It was said last year, I didn't vote no, I didn't vote yes on that. I voted no on that. It was credit card spending. It's come back to bite us. We have an item tonight's agenda that we need to sorely get to. There's gonna be a lot of people wanting to get a bond coming up here in the next few months. And the next item that's coming up, one of the items that's coming up, talks directly to parks and the cost to upgrade our parks. And Councilmember Lowenstein and I, you know, the first time I got up here in 2017, the first thing I did was raise the Quimby fees because they hadn't been updated in a long time. We only raised it from $7,500 to $25,000. And I say only because Commissioner Stretzenberg and Chair Stretzenberg, actually, Board Stretzenberg, he actually correctly identified it should have gone from $7,500 to $88,000 if it would kept up the cost of inflation. So there are reasons to increase fees, but doing investigations and talking with people, understanding what you're doing, why you're doing, you know, going and canceling the holiday cheer in Riviera Village this year for all Riviera Village. It's 2 weeks only of free parking. It's going to be a shock. And I'll just tell you, I said to the city manager, get ready for the complaints because I know when I talked about this with the bid, Councilmember Aspel at the time talked about how the public came down on this and what their thoughts were. It was not a good idea. So there are a lot of bad ideas in this last budget. I'm not happy about it, but I voted for it to make something happen. It really does rob the coastal zone, something I stand up for. People that are visiting the Riviera Village, the coastline, the harbor, and all these areas. Hey, guess what? It's not the residents that live near those areas because they all know how to park. I have a resident here, a couple residents here in District 1, and they know where to park because they either live there, they can walk there, they can bike there, they know where to park. It's the residents in North Redondo that are going to pay for this. And that's really the sad part with this. And more importantly, it's the residents that come from outside of Redondo Beach. So yeah, thank you for pulling this. I'm glad we talked about this earlier. I'm definitely gonna join you in voting no on this. So thank you very much, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Sure. Okay, any other member of the council wish to address this?
Sure, briefly.
Go ahead.
When you hear credit card spending, that's fake news. In the city of Redondo Beach, we cannot credit card spend. The budget must be balanced as a matter of the charter, so we only spend the dollars that we anticipate we will receive. In addition, a lot of the appropriations we made this last year, $400,000 to Wilderness Park in District 2, are one-time expenditures and investments. They're not recurring, which is why we're going to have a great surplus next year. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any member of the public wish to address this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. I would like to tell you, you are in trouble just like any other city in California, because you're doing the same things, every city, every whatever town, the same thing as you think it's, you go to this Bay cities meetings and this and that. Anyway, just one thing to mention, the city of Torrance is in big trouble because they don't have money. And they raise the taxes, they raise the fees, the services. We pay for everything 100%, like the water, electricity, and everything, plus we pay taxes on it. But what I like to tell you is raising taxes and fees, it doesn't go to bigger income. And I tell you why. Because like my daughter used to go to the Redondo village with the friends, and then they just park. One time they got a parking ticket, I don't know if it was 6 o'clock, 5:58. You know what I mean? Maybe it was 8:58, because they raised it to 9 o'clock. But anyway, or vice versa. She and her friends don't go to the Riviera village for lunch anymore. So the city with one ticket lost revenue for 3 or 4 persons in a restaurant. Anyway, it's nothing for you, but just keep spending as you were spending, and let's go down the hill to all the way to the ocean. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of people leaving California because of this. You're raising the fees, raising the services, and they cannot afford it. I married into Clifton, and all the sisters, all the brothers, and everybody moved out of California. Sold the family home, sold the inherited home, and then they moved the heck out of California. Not Redondo Beach, California. Sayonara, because who born here, who have college degree, they cannot afford to leave and pay your fees. And that's the problem. And not talking about all the good jobs went to, I don't want to say that because then they call me racist, but they left America. All the high-paying jobs that were here in Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Long Beach, Torrance, they all moved out of the United States of America. So you don't have people who can afford those taxes because people don't have income. People don't have income. People don't have good jobs, and they don't have income to support you. Thank you very much.
Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
I have none on Zoom, and I have one who opposes this item.
Okay.
Motion to approve updates to the master fee resolutions to reflect the final 2024-2025 fiscal year budget, adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2406-049.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Excuse me,
Was there more?
there's 4 resolutions.
Okay, yeah, sorry, let me pull up my screen. I was just reading off the TV screen.
You meant for all 4, right?
Yeah, approved by title only, resolution number CC-2406-050, 051, 052 as well.
Thank you.
All right, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All 4?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
3-2. Motion passes.
Okay, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2406-049, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Community Development Department user fees as amended. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2406-050, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Public Works Department user fees as amended. Adopt by title only, number CC-2406-051, as a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Police Department user fees as amended. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2406-052, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Community Services Department user fees as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes, and each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and the council. and each speaker may only speak once. Okay, with that, do you have some cards? So, let's see, Joan Irvine is first, and then Ray Holler is second.
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council, City staff, people who are here, and people who are out there. Kind of my remarks are it's interesting what you were just discussing. Now that the budgeting cycle is complete and we're acutely aware of Redondo's precarious financial position, consider where we might be if there had been timely development on the waterfront, if the Legato project had not been mirrored in a decade of delays, no special elections, and if we had embraced the potential of cannabis dispensaries back in 2017. Redondo could be in a robust economic position. While we cannot change the past, we have the power to move forward. A key step is the establishment of cannabis stores in our city. Despite the potential benefits, it's been almost 2 months since the cannabis was an agenda item. When will the ordinances and the application for our cannabis stores be ready? During the recent holiday gathering, where alcohol was freely consumed in presence of children, the topic of youth safety and cannabis arose by some people. It struck me as hypocritical that society accepts alcohol use in front of minors while expressing concern about cannabis. Research consistently shows that youth usage decreases when cannabis is legalized and regulated. And I would like to do a receive and file on a recent article about this. That shows that there's a 30% drop in teen marijuana use, show the benefits of legalization. In fact, a quote from there in April 2023, the comprehensive study by JAMA Pediatrics reinforced this point, and I'll just let you all read it. Moreover, during the recent July 4th weekend, gun violence claimed at least 233 lives and injured 618 individuals across more than 500 shootings nationwide. Many of these instances were likely alcohol-induced. In contrast, cannabis, known for its calming effects, could potentially reduce such violence. The prolonged delay in addressing this issue has had multiple negative consequences. Our children remain at risk. Seniors are denied access to the therapeutic benefits of cannabis. Residents missed out on local job opportunities, and the city forfeited significant tax revenue. Therefore, I urge that the council to prioritize this issue for the benefit of our entire community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Ray Holler, and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
I am Ray Holler, homeowner in Southwest Lawndale for 37 years. Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. Regarding the Sea Line Green Line Extension Project at the Metro Board of Directors meeting at Union Station last May, I am most appreciative of and impressed by the attendance of the mayor, city council, and other Redondo Beach city officials who spoke at this important event in person. Thank you. I'm wearing my Say No to Row and Yes to Hawthorne Boulevard shirt today. Meeting room was filled with those wearing such red shirts. I'm also here today to support Nikki Negretti Mitchell and her request for some help on a Metro Green Line issue of some urgency. Looking forward over the next 1.5 to 2 years, while the final EIR is being developed, I think we have a big opportunity to speak at meetings of the 5 Metro committees and board of directors unopposed by the Green Line staff. While it's difficult for me to understand what influences the Metro board, they appear to respond to volume of communication, so everybody's voice can help, and we need more and new voices. It can't always be the same few people like Nikki, Holly, Kevin, and me. You all understand campaigns. So any help in recruiting new voices can help the campaign in general. The Green Line extension will change the South Bay forever. Thank you again. I just want to say here, I was listening to the comments and, I use that Artesia and Orange intersection a lot. And I was just thinking about just the whole thing. It's like, a lot of my people around me seem to be going on vacation. They're going to Europe and all that stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, I like the South Bay. I really enjoy living in and spending a whole lot of time in the South Bay. I moved to where I live because I could afford it. And also is down the street. I can walk to the Galleria. And like I say, you go to North Redondo, you're looking for me, just look around North Redondo. I'll be wandering the streets, that one intersection, I patronize 5 businesses and the post office. So anyway, I'll look forward to the Greek Festival. And thank you again for your participation and help with the Metro Green Line Extension Project.
Thank you. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Holly Osborne.
Good evening, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And I heard that we surprised the Board of Directors with our epic turnout last May for the Sea Line LPA topic. And that plus 25,000 emails Director Butts testified about is what led him to amend the motion to name the hybrid as LPA, adding some cost studies on Hawthorne Boulevard. Director Butts wanted to make clear on his amendment what exactly he proposed, what Director Mitchell seconded, and she actually used the word amendment, and the board unanimously approved. We witnessed the whole thing go down in real time, just as I described, and it seems like they're pretending the amendment didn't happen. I'm going to quote Director Butts' clarification. While the board agreed to staff's recommendation to select hybrid right-of-way alternative as LPA and move the EIR process forward, my motion which was co-sponsored by Supervisor Holly Mitchell, requests a more detailed analysis of both the LPA as well as Hawthorne line as part of the EIR's continued alternatives analysis. Apparently, Director Butts got roasted for going off script. It was later explained to me by our deputy that the board did not vote on the amendment. They voted on the original motion. But we were there. The meeting is on video. I reviewed it multiple times. I was also told they are only studying hybrid for a final EIR. The Board of Directors always approved the minutes for the previous month, and so we went in June, and those minutes didn't get posted for the May meeting until the very last minute. Those minutes did not include Butts' amendment, and we see this as a problem. So Director Butts received 25,000 emails. We had 83 residents, our entire active for this topic, City Council present, city staff, planning commissioners, and Galleria management there in person, all with such compelling arguments that our South Bay Transportation Director was inspired to amend the motion that they planned. We were told that they would all look to Butts as the guru on this. Despite all of that, they are dismissively behaving as though none of that happened. Or are they actually planning to come out with a draft EIR supplement? We are asking that a formal legal inquiry be sent to get to the bottom of it. From what I understand, they should only be studying the row hybrid, but as a supplement to the draft EIR, not the final. I have, however, been assured that Hawthorne is not off the table, and I was advised to not stop advocating for Hawthorne Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Osborne? That's the last card I have.
Can you, Matt, can you share mine, please? 1A?
What number?
1A?
Pull it up, but I've also got my figures. And I'm just trying to educate you, okay? Because I'm from District 5, retired engineer, Holly Osborne, but I'm closer to the Lawndale section. And if Nils comes up with this one, I have shown this a lot, okay? And this green area, the green area is really a de facto park right now, okay? And the train goes straight through. Oh, don't, keep it there. Don't touch it until I tell you, okay? Just, would you? Okay. All right, so anyway, thank you. All right, so this is the way it is now. 100-foot wide, 75-foot wide here. A nice green area, shade, so important in this time of climate change.
Now, I've never presented these two before. I was trying to present them at the council meeting, but again, at the board of directors meeting, but at the minutes, because I didn't agree with their Metro's presentation, but we didn't get any chance to rebut it, okay? But the first thing that'll happen with the change is they'll move the freight line closer to these houses, and then put up a fence, and then this new path is going to replace, they're claiming the path is a benefit to replace all the green space. Does that look like a benefit to you? It doesn't to me. But they had this big bubble chart where they filled these little black bubbles, they called them Marley balls or this or whatever, and they say, oh, that's a benefit. We're giving you a path with the hybrid row. No, you're taking it away. That's Metro doublespeak. Now, that's just about the freight train. And notice that the track is not even straight anymore. It curves back up so that it can go straight across the current bridge. Now, when you get to the LRT, it will go up here somewhere. That is the part that is least defined in the DEIR. If the DEIR is supposed to be 15%, and maybe it is for the regular plain vanilla row or the Hawthorne, this one's more like 5%. That's where all the mistakes have been made. When the figures were left out, remember Holly Mitchell introduced another one on her walk, and they thought this row was 81 feet wide originally. They don't have a plan, and that's why Nikki was referring to it. They really need to do the whole DEIR for the hybrid row because it's not there in the DEIR, no. And we really shouldn't be calling it a hybrid row. It's more like a modified trench, and the trench was the one where all the mistakes are. So I just want to make sure you guys understand that, okay? And it's not the LPA, it's the Metro preferred alternative, and anyway, so, do I have any time left? How much?
Time.
What?
Time. So.
Motion to extend for 30 seconds.
Second.
Motion to extend for 30 seconds.
All right, I just want to say something.
Okay.
Don't touch
That's fine.
One of the other things where they fake you out in is they talk about in the Redondo part how they're having the path straight, the freight train straight in front of the senior housing. And isn't that nice? It's not going to curve down toward them. It's going to be straight. Well, it already is straight, people. That means that the Hawthorne Boulevard has the same advantage because it's going to keep it straight. But they give the black balls are good to the hybrid road because it's straight, but not to the Hawthorne, okay? That's their doublespeak again, and they've got doublespeak on every single one, and I'll probably be coming back to you in 1 minute increments to educate you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council?
Good evening, Bob Hinsler. Regarding the discussion about cannabis, I would recommend to all of you last Sunday New York Times Magazine discussion about this in the state of New York and the failures that have come from the implementation of their cannabis implementation. It is an extraordinary article worth reading, if only to learn about the pitfalls. As you've all discovered over your time on here, every issue that comes up to you, someone else has dealt with it, somewhere in this country. Learn from them. Go to the New York Times Sunday Magazine and read this article. It is extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on a non-agenda item?
Hi, this is Andy Purchap. I just would like to have the opportunity to talk to you because in a few weeks I couldn't attend because I had to go to Torrance and, Anyway, but I would like to thank you for the beautiful firework this year. And I was very happy. I did not have to see that, that ridiculous light show with the drones. That was absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, also, I would like to urge you to keep up with the Torrance City calendars. We had a meeting. They were celebrating the Mary Kay Giordano, what you call it, transfer station or, bus depot or whatever. All the city officials were there. Higher city officials did not come, but the Torrance came, every city official, and I was there. And I don't know what they were celebrating because that was like 6 passengers. So, but the city gonna spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for security, and they're planning a $1.5 million worth of police stations. And by the way, everybody for the public transportation, I just would like to urge you to look up what's going on in New York and other big cities. People getting robbed, murdered, and raped, and the National Guard has to move in to keep the city going, because like in New York City and in other areas, you can absolutely not do without public transportation. That was the one thing I left New York, because New York was my favorite thing, the whole earth, and then I came to California. Anyway, I like to come here because you pay attention, every one of you listen what I say, and that's a good thing, because that's why I'm here for, to talk to you. Anyway, in Torrance, they only let me talk 1 minute, but not just me, everybody else. So I appreciate it. You guys like to hear from me, and everybody. Everybody, because, they might think that speaking time down to 30 seconds in Torrance, and I heard that somebody was suggesting that, to make it shorter in this city too. Because, you guys like to hear from the citizens too, and, you interested in people's opinion. Okay, thank you very much. My time is up. See you on the next item.
Okay, anybody else from the public wish to address the city council? Okay, anybody online?
No one on Zoom, and we have one e-comment. Oh, wait a minute. Nancy Skiba on Zoom. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba from District 4. I wanted to call in here and say thank you for bringing back our fireworks. They were so magnificent and beautiful. It was such a gift to the residents. I just want you to be acknowledged, because it was a marvelous thing for us to have again. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
That's it. And we have one e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, jumping down to item N1, discussion and possible action regarding selection of color palette for our new city logo.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Madam Clerk, would you put up my presentation?
Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight for your consideration, we have a few options for selecting the official color and color palette for the new city logo. As you know, we began the process as part of the strategic plan back in 2023. We entered into a contract with Stellan Design and Ms. Jorda Small, who then led a group of community members through the process of developing a new city logo. There were several surveys conducted, community meetings, district meetings, and we even had a logo design competition. And then on May 7th, City Council selected Stellan Design's updated logo design as the new city logo. And at that meeting, the design was approved, but a color palette was not selected. So that's what we're going to have a discussion about tonight. As part of the motion to approve the design logo back in May, Councilmember Barrett did propose using gradient number 22, which is what you see on the leftmost side of the screen there. Stellan Design also wanted to provide a slight variation to gradient number 22 for council to consider. This one includes some additional orange hues and a slightly brighter color palette, and you see that in the center over there. And then earlier this year in February, Stellan Design provided us several gradient options, 6 altogether back in February. And one of those options was gradient number 27. It is a darker gradient, but there may be a preference for that compared to the other brighter gradients on the screen. And so maybe to help council in their consideration of the options we have tonight, we have all 3 color palettes up on the screen associated with those gradient options. And hopefully this helps you see the difference in the hues for the ultimate color palette. You'll see one is a little brighter, one includes some purples, is a bit darker. All things you might want to look at while you discuss the official color for the new city logo. And just an extra one, this is what I referred to earlier back in February of this year. Stellan Design did provide us these types of gradients at council's request, so there's 6 altogether. You see number 22 over there and number 27, an additional 4 that the council can consider for tonight. And just something as council discusses this topic tonight, something to keep in mind is that the most important part of this is that you have selected a new logo design. That's the most important part. It doesn't matter too much what color you put in there. That was Jordis's goal, was that the design itself would define the city's brand going forward. So really any of these colors would work very well. What we're looking for from the council tonight is the selection of the official color for the logo, what we would be using in our electronic signature blocks, what we would use as decals on the side of vehicles, what we would use on business cards. And then once you select the official city color for the logo, we can then create a color palette and we can pick and choose moving forward which color we want to use from that palette. For the holidays, we might want to do a red and green version of the logo. Each department might want to select a color to define their department. So we're not really limited to just the official logo, but we'd be provided a range of colors we can then select from as part of our design guidebook. So these are the options available to council tonight when you're discussing the color selection and color palette. You can approve a color gradient, and then from there we can work with Stellan Design to develop design guidelines. Or you can take some extra time to give it more consideration. We can bring it back at another date and we can have another conversation. So this is your main discussion item for tonight. We also have a second part, as you saw in our report. It's related to street signs in Redondo Beach. And ever since the May 7th meeting, our Public Works team, and in particular our traffic engineer, Ryan Liu, has spent a lot of time looking at our street signs. It is something that we have gotten a lot of feedback on from our community members. People are curious to see what our street signs will look like now that we have a new logo. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Ryan Liu, and he can walk you through some of the work he's done. And we do have slides up. So Ryan, you just let me know when you're ready to move forward with those slides.
Sure, if we can move to the next slide. So as you can see here, we have a lot of different street name signs in the city. This one right here is, I think, the one that a lot of residents have gotten used to. It's the one that's most common. I would like to point out that one big issue with this sign is that we're no longer allowed to use all caps on our street names. So this part will have to change eventually. And one of the other problems.
Is that a state law requirement?
That's federal and state. So in 2009, street name signs could not be in all caps. So you could have the first letter be caps, but the other letters have to be lowercase. It was proven to increase legibility. So I do see the point where if you have all caps letters on street name signs, the letters can kind of start smushing together a little bit. And so that's why the decision was made to not allow all caps. So
I think we should do every other letter a different size.
Camel case?
I'll make sure I don't use it in my emails either.
Camel case.
Every other letter should be capitalized.
So that's the direction that the federal government and state government, along to comply with federal guidelines, standards, decided. So if you're looking around different cities, they have slowly started to change their standards. And there will be a slide that shows what other cities are doing.
Question, Ryan. Is this in one of the existing green signs that are already up, or has this green been made darker? Because it seems like it's darker than the green that we have on the streets.
So the color can change over time as signs fade.
Okay.
This is a new one that will be going up in the next week or so. I borrowed this. So our current street name sign, if on the slides that Harriman and Blossom, on the left is an older one that's a little bit more faded. The new one is slightly different color because of the retro reflectivity.
Got it.
So this is our sort of, our most common fixture out there.
But why are you putting that up since we transitioned to the blue? Up until now, we've transitioned to these blue ones with.
Well, I'm trying to tell a little story here. So this is the one that I think has the most name visual recognition in the city. I think it's the one that people have liked the most. But the problem is it's all caps. And the sailboat here, you might refer to as the heritage sailboat, is not the current city logo. And I believe there was some questions on how to put the new city logo on the street name sign. So remember this one, we'll come back to it. Some time ago, I think the city adopted a new street name sign, which actually addresses some of those all caps issues, I think in the early 2000s perhaps. This sign, now even though the letters are larger, it is more clear because it's not all caps. So from a MUTCD or a standards perspective, this is a compliant sign. The problem is it uses our now old logo. So this is the second one. And I think in terms of implementation, we've only been implementing this on streets where we've been resurfacing. So that's why up until now, the rollout has been very slow. And I think that's why we've heard some pushback on, why are there blue signs and green signs around the city?
Would you agree that the font on the blue sign is more legible from afar than the font on the green sign? Irrespective of capitalization?
Yes, because this font is actually called Clearview. It was a font that was devised by the federal government to improve legibility. So that's why I think all those factors are reasons that went into how this standard came about. And as you can see on the screen, some of the signs that are used on our traffic signals, we've run the gamut, including one that uses all caps, which is no longer allowed. And some that use two different types of sailboats or no sailboat at all, or the city's name on it. Next slide, please. So, after the city logo was adopted, we didn't get any help from Stellan Design. This is something we came up with ourselves. I want to give a big thank you to Victor Moreau in our sign shop for putting this together for us. This is how it looks in person. And so this is, hearing from the public how the green signs are pretty popular. This is an updated version of that does achieve compliance and improve legibility. Slightly different font. It includes the logo, and the name here actually is the same font from the logo as well. There's also a couple variations based on color. As you can see, adding some color to the logo, doesn't really do it as well. We also have a blue version as well, and a blue version of color. So, happy to answer any questions. And if you go to the next slide, here are some examples from other cities that have recently, changed their signs. So Culver City used to have really small signs with all caps. They've changed to this green sign. Lawndale, that's their current sign. It's also compliant. Hawthorne sign, also compliant. And City of Torrance, that's their current standard with their logo on it.
Okay, so we don't have to make a decision on this design tonight, but since we've already been working on it and it's something that council should consider sometime in the near future, we thought we'd take the opportunity to present it to you and see if you want to have a conversation on that as well. So what I'm going to do is go back to the first part of our presentation and allow for discussion on the color and color palette first, and then we can move on to street signs. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I was going to go to street signs. We're going to ask a question.
Go, it's fine.
All right. Ryan, could you take those two signs that you have in your hand, go to the back of the room and hold them up, please?
And run at 30 miles an hour?
That was that was my original plan, was to stand in the back.
At night?
Because, there you go. You got an assistant. Oh, yeah, and hold another one. Okay. So, I just saw as I drove back to grab my bag on Rand, just saw a set of signs, and there was the blue signs and the green signs. Regardless of our subjective preference over the two, I find the blue ones to be more visible, more legible, clearer. But if I guess, how have you received the feedback from residents about the preference for the green signs?
Not any really specific feedback. It was just things that I heard around, from different staff that we've gotten questions on, from past projects, why are certain streets have the blue signs? And, I think it's because we've been only installing them when streets are being resurfaced.
Okay. Cool. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. For Elizabeth, a couple questions. So irrespective of the official color gradient chosen by city council, individual council members, for example, can use whatever color gradient they want in their email signature block? Or is the idea, no, it's one color gradient?
If we go with the gradient option, which is what council has expressed is the preferred main color, right, for the logo, we would prefer having consistency across the board when it comes using that gradient. That gradient, by extension, then creates color palettes like this. So you can use any color within the color palette, but if you choose a gradient, it would be preferred that you all use the selected main color gradient.
So there's the gradient, which is a singular color design, and then there's the palette from which you can pick and choose.
Yes.
And the most expansive palette, is it the third palette we received in the blue folder?
So these are all of the 3 palettes. They're all slightly different. It just depends on whether you want to choose gradient number 27, which has the darker purples incorporated in there. And that comes from, as you see there, the purple incorporated in 27, that gradient at the top. So they have the same number of colors, they're just a little different for each one.
And, thank you, and did Jordan Small give any input as to why, if she did, prefer gradient 22, if she did make that, and if not?
She did. She preferred gradient 22 because when it comes to certain print jobs and certain embroidery jobs, it is far easier to capture the simpler and brighter coloration of that gradient.
Simpler
and brighter.
And brighter. And did she provide any opinion as to gradient 27, as the practicality or otherwise of utilizing that?
It's essentially the opposite, which is you run the risk of having that top darker portion getting a bit muddled and just darkening as you try to print or do certain embroidery. So you might end up doing a solid colored instead, and then you might land on that yellow included in that color palette, that yellow or that orange you see in there. So it's just easier to deal with gradient number 22, essentially.
And then a question for the city attorney, which doesn't have to be answered now because we haven't previously discussed it. With respect to protecting the intellectual property of the city, if a specific gradient is chosen, is that the only form of the logo that will be protected by Redondo Beach, or is it more expansive? And it doesn't have to be answered now because I know as I said, we haven't talked about that, but I was wondering.
Thank you for the question. I'll get that answered by someone with that expertise.
Okay, no problem. All right, well, that's all I had and for now, so thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Sorry about that. I don't know what my thing is doing here.
Let's see, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Steen, thank you. Couple things. One is there is a reason why highway signs are green. There's a science behind this. Green is a cooler color. It's less distracting to people. And with the exception, and when you go to Europe and other places, some of the highway signs are blue actually, but they're lighter blue, not a darker blue. A darker blue is distracting to the eye. It's less visible at night. When I moved here 25 years ago, the very first day I came to Redondo Beach, the real estate agent said, "How do you know you're in Redondo Beach? Because the signs in Hermosa are brown, the signs in Manhattan are blue, and the signs in Redondo Beach are green." And I think people have gotten used to that. So I would recommend Googling why are highway signs green. It will tell you this reasoning behind it. It's also green as a natural color. It blends in with trees, grass, et cetera, so it's less distracting. So it happens to work in our favor that it's green is one we've been used for a while. So I actually like the green more than the other color. When we were talking about changing it to blue on Artesia, I vividly remember Mr. Saman saying that this is only for the main streets that were being redone. All of a sudden, in my district, when Borough was redone, and in other districts, they started popping up as blue, and I had people going, what the heck? What's going on here? So my preference is green to go back to, I think that's a really good-looking design. The other thing yes, thank you. And then the other thing I would say is we have an issue, period. Many signs are faded, and they've been faded for years, and you can't even read them. So I would recommend replacing those as soon as possible because they're really distracting. I mean, I make a note of it in everybody's district, my district, other districts, and I send notes. Public Works, please change this sign at this intersection. And you guys are very good and responsive in doing that, so I appreciate that. But we need an inventory of all our signage, not just street signage, but parking signage, everything. It's not up to the standard. We're spending millions of dollars on our roads, yet we don't spend $40 or $50 to replace a sign. We need to be on top of that. I think we should have an inventory like we had for the sidewalks. We should have it for signage and have an intern going around saying, this street sign is off or something like that, and it needs to be.
Yeah, we do have a plan for that. So we have some part-time help in the Public Works Department. It's a retired traffic engineer.
Yeah.
One of the tasks that I'll have him do is to just go around the city and through a map-based platform, document signs that are faded and need sort of one like-for-like replacement.
And it would be great for us to settle on design because, again, some of the signs that are faded are those lighted box signs. They need replacement. Let's replace them with the new logo. That's why we had it. That's why I wanted to put it in, and not just in my district. Every district, there's signs that are faded all over town, and those lighted box signs, it will do wonders in making our streets look better. These are things that go by people, but they notice them. When things are faded, they go, oh, they're not keeping up with things, so.
So one thing I wanted to add to that is that, if a design is decided, if we're given direction on this, this could be implemented on Artesia with that plans and specs you just approved.
Okay.
So it could make it in time, but no pressure. This decision doesn't have to be made.
Well, thank you.
Tonight.
I do have a question for you, and I think I've sent you an email on this, Ryan. Some of the signs are really old. I mean, like the one at Nob Hill on Prospect. I heard an excuse, oh, well, it's too heavy to put a new sign up. I mean, I think we should be replacing all signs as quickly as we can, not signs that are 50 years old. That's a 50-year-old sign.
Yeah, so some of those traffic poles are so old that, we're hesitant to put anything new on it. I think that's how we ran into that issue at Barrow and Maria when we tried to touch it and the pole started crumbling. So we're very hesitant to put anything.
We should be very concerned about that because they could fall on somebody too.
Yes, and we do have funding to start replacing those signals. And
Yeah.
when those replacements happen, those new box signs will go in. If you look at the slides here on Pearl, that's sort of a bit of a compromise where we can still attach a sign on the pole, not on the mast arm, but a non-lighted sign.
Yeah.
And so, if a direction is given on street name signs, these proposed designs, they could be implemented not just on the street name signs in residential neighborhoods on the post, but a version of this can be adapted for the traffic signal signs as well.
Yeah.
Whereas compared to the old blue signs with the sort of sun logo on top, that's not easily translatable to a traffic signal.
And while many of us use GPS now, some people still don't use GPS. They don't have it in their car. And if it's at night and the sign's completely faded, they have no idea where they are. They have to stop, get out of their car, et cetera. So, thank you.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So I know it was said, because I wrote it down and I had my notes on it, it said that having a gradient is not good because it's harder to not just reproduce, but on multitude of things, but it hard to keep the colors, individual. So that's why it was said to have a solid color in the background of these. So I find it curious that we're now going back to a gradient color.
Staff received comments during the last several presentations on the logo that the gradient was the preferred way forward in terms of the main color for the city logo, with the option of including all these color palettes, so that when we do come across embroidery or branding where it's a little more difficult to have the gradient, we still have plenty of other colors to utilize for that.
Okay. To the point of the street sign, there was another major comment made regarding the logo, that there was lack of consistency from the logos to the street signs to the colors of everything. And, you know, that street sign, I think it's excellent you guys came up with these designs. I think the green should be consistent, should be included in the logo color as well, because if we're going to have consistency across the board, the color should be consistent too.
So this was an attempt, actually, we looked at the color palette that Elizabeth has sent, and we did attempt to match the green on the background of the sign to that color. Once a color palette is chosen, then, you know, we will get those color codes.
Under green for parks did you use the, under green for parks?
Yeah, we attempted to use the green for parks, but we didn't have an exact color code. So whatever color palette is chosen, color codes will be provided in an exact PDF of the street name fonts and the logo will be provided, and then we'll try to match it as best as possible.
We have the exact same thought. So whatever ultimate gradient is selected by the council, whatever the corresponding green is in that gradient variation will become the basis for our street sign, assuming the council is supportive collectively of green remaining our standard.
So really what we need to approve here is the color palette, which we really have one option to.
Which ties to the gradient ultimately.
Ties to the gradient. Okay. I did a quick little poll here online. Everyone likes the white option. Right in the, well, you had in the packet here you had the three options with the different backgrounds. The far left one, which is the one that kind of mostly works with gradient, I guess number 22, the first one. Yeah. White background, it's simple, it's clean, add the colors in there. I would definitely have some sort of a green in the color to, again, tie it in with the street signs. To Councilmember Lowenstein, he's absolutely 100% correct regarding Manhattan Beach and Hermosa. That's what kind of sets us all together and yet separately apart, so you know what cities you're entering in, because otherwise, if you're going on Artesia Boulevard, you don't know when you're in Manhattan Beach or you're in Redondo Beach. And that does definitely set us apart.
So that's why we designed it this way. We provided a blue option and a green option, the blue being similar to a previous standard and the green being similar to the original signs. We thought that this proposed green sign would be a gentle step forward, a modern take, getting rid of the all caps, but still looking very close to the original green signs, especially when, depending on funding, our replacement schedule for these. Because I think in a given year, we have enough maintenance and operations budget for about 100 to 150 replacements, whether that be extremely faded signs or knockdowns due to DUIs or whatever. But, we don't have the budget right now to do a full-scale replacement. That would require contracting outside. So, if a decision was made to go to a totally different color, and we don't have, budget to do a clean replacement citywide, then we would run into the same issues with the current green and blue signs.
Right. So yeah, I definitely would support the green sign for exactly what you just said. We have a lot of those green signs throughout Redondo still remaining, and people get that with Redondo, so it'd be a cleaner transition. And that respects also the history in the past. There's one other thing here I was going to say about this. I think that's it for now. Yeah, it works for now. Thank you.
Member Kalajevic.
Yeah, I just, I guess I wanted to say that I also would support gradient 22. And I've heard from residents, as soon as the signs around Barrel went up, I got a lot of emails that they were unhappy about the blue sign. So I also support that design in the green. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, that's all I have from the council. And Councilmember Obaji, you can't come up on the
No, I can't log into my iLegislate, and I've emailed Mr. Cook. He's out. ChatGPT seems to agree with you that that green is more legible than blue. I did take, if you could show 2B, I did take this photo today of the two signs. And you could see, I mean, granted, the blue sign's closer, but just how much the blue does kind of pop a little more. I do agree, though, that if our new signs are green, we're going to transition the whole city to green signs a lot faster because they're going to blend in more with the existing old signs. And so I like that as far as getting continuity.
I would say I think those blue signs are more legible because of the font and because they're not all caps.
Right, okay, probably that too. Any event, I'm persuaded. But the other thing I wanted to share was, I think that I agree with 22, but I'm not in love with the flat color. I guess, I mean, I feel like the flat color is striking me as kind of brownish.
Yeah, mustard.
And I thought, and then I'm like, would the orange look good? But I'm just not sure that would look fantastic either. So
I think the flat's the variation, so that's an alternative, I believe.
So that would be used if we can't
you can't
fully
do the
capture.
gradient.
Yeah, so what we can do, and we can ask Jordis to make that yellow brighter if we do want to stick to yellow.
sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I think that's what I think we probably all gravitate to in the number 22 is that it's kind of bright, uplifting, warm, a rare sunny day, fully sunny day in Redondo Beach.
Brighter there, though.
Right, it looks,
Look up here.
yeah, I mean, it looks different on, I guess, different screens.
Yeah.
And the like. So, anyway, I'll support 22 and the green signs. That's it. Thanks.
You might recall we had the budget response report, and the majority, it's a vast majority that are still green in the city. The blue signs, while they have crept up in District 2 and District 3 with our recent residential rehab, it's a small percentage to the overall inventory.
Councilmember Narenheim, is your hand back up?
Yeah, put it back up again. The question I was going to get to, forgot to, was what do we do with our old signs that come into inventory?
We recycle them, is my understanding. We reuse the metal material where possible and rescreen them, I believe.
Several years ago, we bought a printer. We make the labels, we buy the film and apply it on top, and the blanks, the aluminum blanks, we reuse.
Maybe we could think about, these signs are very popular. Sometimes they get taken. That means demonstrates a need and a want.
We get back to the sales program like we did our commemorative
You
benches.
can auction them off and have the sales proceeds go to some of our local nonprofits that help the city.
Or new signs.
We could, but that's probably going to generate
Also
enough.
sounds like a burden on staff.
Well,
Donate it.
I think what we would want to consider, I mean, it's funny, I'm having flashbacks of selling our old concrete benches. We created a whole program for that. We sold, in my time, I think 8. It was a challenge getting them
Delivered.
Delivered. We could deliver them inside of 6 feet of the right-of-way. It was very complicated. But I do believe the reuse actually helps alleviate some of our cost burden. So I don't know offhand, do we have any sense, Andy, what new metal base costs us as compared to us recycling the prior signs? Because that would add to our expense burden when we do
I'd
replacements.
have to get back to you, Mike, on that exact, what that markup would be.
I mean, we could talk about it. They really are near and dear. We get a surprising number of requests for old equipment in our community. But I do think there would be some costs associated with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other council requests. Anybody, member of the public, wish to address this item?
Good evening, Bob Hensler. Gradient 27 is the smog sunset logo.
Thank you.
And it might be the most accurate, but it's probably not the one we really want to do. The other question I have is, 2009 was when the rule came down regarding upper and lower case. Did the news arrive by Pony Express?
They published it.
We've been building and putting up all cap signs for years. There are no all cap signs anywhere in the federal, in the interstate highway program. They're not permitted. But it just seems odd that a rule like that would be something that we have finally come to agree with. I would also agree with the green signs. Green is it's good to know where you are, what city you are in by the signs you have. And the history of the green is something that we should stick with. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item?
Hello, everyone. This is Pork Chop again. I would agree with the thing that the signs should be green, first of all. Second of all, I just don't understand this logo and sign is such a big deal. Torrance is ahead of you, spending money on this quite a bit. And they also call them wayfinding signs, just if you want to learn new phrases. So every city, they want to find their, people want to find a city because like they gonna generate big income because, I don't have a McDonald's next to me. I'm gonna come to Redondo. But anyway, so this shows that cities still have money because, we have signs and I don't think they have to be all changed, just change the ones that fall down or doesn't work. And when I was driving here today, I noticed that at Torrance Boulevard, you changed it to blue. And I was like, what the heck is going on? Why is it, anybody thinks, it doesn't look any better. I thought, maybe it's in Torrance because maybe Torrance changed it, And by the way, Torrance has this new blue signs. They faded blue and they round on the top. And if you look at them for a quarter mile, they looks like the Andy Gump toilets, And then they changed this other signs, and I don't know, you notice that you come to Torrance, they have illuminated the signs, and I think they just wasted money, and the citizens already stretched, you're raising taxes, you're raising fees, you're raising this, raising that, and I understand if a sign is a bad shape, reuse it, paint it over, and just save money for the city and the taxpayers. Green looks great. I liked it. I moved here 1984, I guess, and I never had a problem with the street signs. Never, ever. Thank you very much. I cut it short. Some people don't like me. Some people don't like me to talk 3 minutes, but that's all right.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Hello there. I agree that I'd like
name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sue Brennan, and I lived in Redondo for many, many years. And my heart's in Redondo, but I live somewhere else right now. I would favor the green signs as well. And I stepped out a little bit. I apologize. Talking about I guess the yellow and the white. My only concern is there's not that much contrast. I know it would be on the green sign, but just kind of keep that in mind. I think the yellow and the might blend. And I would also be interested in buying a sign, by the way. If that would be a good fundraiser. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, anybody online?
No e-comments, no Zoom, 2 e-comments, 1 supports, 1's neutral.
Okay, thank you. Okay. How does the council want to move?
I'd make a motion to approve the usage of the green signs and to, Yeah, to direct staff to go back and deal with the color palette as per the comments from the staff and the public, particularly with regarding the signs, street signs, and the colors that we spoke about.
Which particular gradient would you like to move forward with?
22,
22, okay.
and that's it, yeah, when you have time.
And in that you mean fix the flat color so it's brighter?
Yeah,
Got it.
brighter yellow,
Okay,
not so
we have a-
22 is
mustard.
option one, right?
Yes.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
And just to clarify, by the green sign, you mean the white sign, not the colored green sign, the one that Ryan Liu.
And our
has-
preference is,
that one,
our
right?
preference is white because that's easier for us to recreate.
Yeah.
Yes. Right?
Yeah.
All right, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I had a quick question for our traffic engineer. So you and the staff at the yard prepared this sign, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there any input from Jordan Smalls if needed to make sure that the dimensions of the logo that you're anticipating to put on would match?
No, this was an engineer trying to make aesthetics.
Okay, but we'll have that input, Ms. House, to make sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, okay, thank you.
That's what she'll come back with. Once you pick the gradient, and now that we've got clarity on the street signs, she'll create an actual kit for us that will help roll out these various products.
So these colors will be,
Nope, all we need is this. The kit will come as part of the professional recommendation.
she'll provide color codes, and we can translate those color codes into our computer.
Great job, Mr. Liu. This is the best show and tell I think I've seen here at council, so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's a 5-0. Okay, thank you. Now on to N2, discussion and possible action regarding the scope of work for the development of citywide park system assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With me tonight, I have Ms. Kelly Ortas. She is our Deputy Director at the Community Services Department, and she has done pretty much all the work on this item tonight. So I'm really glad she can join us, and she'll be able to help answer any questions you may have after our presentation, but I'll go ahead and kick it off. So tonight for your consideration are options for the scope of work for the development of a citywide parks master plan. And as you know, this is part of our current strategic plan. There was an objective on there directing us to go ahead and begin developing the scope of work to study and assess our park system in the city. And we just want to start off by speaking about what a parks master plan is. And I'm not going to go through each of these individually, but just to highlight a few key items. It would provide an assessment of current conditions at the parks. It would also include an element of public outreach and community feedback, where the consultant would be able to better understand what community members would like to see happen within our parks. There would be a needs analysis conducted, and that would really help identify gaps in our park system where we may be missing the opportunity to serve certain parts of our community. And it would also help us identify, how we currently do our maintenance operations and how we can possibly improve on them. There is value in having a parks master plan, and the primary benefit would be that we would essentially have a clear roadmap on how to move forward in implementing park improvements. So staff went ahead and reached out to 2 consultants that have developed parks master plans for other cities. We asked them to provide a cost estimate for 2 types of parks master plans. You see them up on the screen. There is a comprehensive parks master plan, and that would, again, just include a conditions analysis, community input, but the difference there would be that it would provide very specific recommendations for each individual park for future park improvements. The cost of that ranges between $225,000 and $400,000. Option 2 is a more general parks master plan. It does include many of the elements of the comprehensive master plan, but the recommendations it would provide would be more regional for our city, more citywide, as opposed to specific to each park. And so what we want to do is, just to capture what that means for you, is provide these examples for you. So for a comprehensive parks master plan, some of the recommendations they might provide is, like an example one, Dominguez Park specifically should be updated to include a new playground for all ages that utilizes the existing topography of the current playground area. So very specific to the park and the needs there. Or something like an all abilities playground should be installed at Franklin Park. Whereas a general parks master plan would do something like example one, which is North Redondo Beach should strive for 2 additional playgrounds where feasible, or Redondo Beach should work towards having parks within a 1-mile radius of every resident. Again, just very general recommendations. So tonight, what we're looking for is direction. If council wants to pursue developing a parks master plan, do you want us to pursue a comprehensive parks master plan, or the development of a general parks master plan, or do you want us to just pause the effort for now? Something to keep in mind is that there is currently no funding in the budget to hire a consultant to prepare the parks master plan. And so if council chooses to move forward with the development of one, we would go back, develop an RFP, get a more accurate cost estimate, and then just bring it back to you for consideration, maybe during mid-year or during the next budget cycle as a BRR or decision package. And so with that, we'll just wrap up our presentation, and we'll be available to answer any questions you might have.
And a little additional context on that specific point, it was purposeful that we did not propose inclusion of funding for this effort as part of this year's budget, having just gone through that discussion. The reason for that is we're in some level of transition in the Community Services Department. We've got a lot of outstanding projects that are priority to the council and have been identified as such. We're focusing on those efforts now. At some point, we'll have a permanent Community Services Director and Park Services Manager who's soon to be here. Looking forward to introducing him when he arrives in a couple of weeks. And between those two individuals, I think sometime 6 months from now, we'll have an ability to do an assessment internally, understand where our amenities are from a maintenance standpoint and a needs standpoint, and then perhaps contemplate this type of an effort as part of a future budget. We just don't have the bandwidth currently to spend significant resources on this exercise, as helpful as it would be. And in an ideal situation, we'd have the funding to cover it. We just don't, given all the priorities that are currently on the department's plate. So not to pour a little bit of cold water onto the conversation, but that is the reality that we face. I think you're all well aware of that. There's a lot to do. So with that, we'll answer any questions you might have.
Okay, can you go to slide 1 again? Slide 2, I guess. So do you know where that picture is?
Wilderness
It's the
Park.
lower pond that does not exist today at Wilderness Park. And I see this all over the place. People love that, and that just hits home on, I don't understand why the city poked a hole in it and drained it, and now we have to pay a lot of money to bring it back. I think that's a miscarriage of budget, justice, and focus on parklands. It's totally opposite that. Can you go to your, I think it's your second last slide? Yeah, that general parks master plan, that's a waste of time. We have maps from the county that actually shows us where we have, where people are further from parks, and it's not all in North Redondo. There's surprisingly some areas of South Redondo that are pretty far from parks as well. And the whole city's park poor. We have less than 2.2 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. It's been going downhill since I got here. When I first got here, it was 2.9 acres per 1,000 residents. Now we're down to 2. And that's partially because we've lost some, like the community center at Nob Hill that was counted in our open space, and partly because our population has grown substantially since I first got here. So I'm against a general parks master plan that is so glossed over that it's worthless. I mean, we could put it, I could do it for you for free. So I'd much rather do that than do this. The second or third thing, I'm a little concerned. We've got a park we're working on right now with a major renovation, which is Seaside Lagoon, right? We've got some funding for it, but not likely enough to cover it all. We've had for over a decade a master plan from OB that we have not done one thing on, and we had money set aside on it. Now that money's gone. And so I'm reticent to put any money into this until we execute on stuff that we already know we need and have committed to do and just haven't done yet. And I don't think adding a comprehensive master parks plan that sits there and adds to our CIP or land acquisition is going to do it. It's by the time we get to it, we will need a new one. And I'm a parks guy. You guys know that. Was SBPC for 20 years. And I just think we need to focus on what's ahead of us right now. We got potential at the AES power plant, no matter which way it goes with, the wetlands there. We've got the 5 acres above the power plant that has taken us, a year and a half, and we've made no real progress. We're paying for it, but we haven't done anything with it yet. And that's not through fault of city staff. That one's on SCE. But we've got enough on our plate without doing this. And having just passed the budget and have if we want to do the right size one, it's $400K. We know we got a boat ramp design coming up that we're funding. We're just piling cost on cost, and for something that's a plan that we probably won't get to. I also think if we give it more time and we assign this to community services, you could do a lot of this on your own. I mean, for the Wilderness Park Master Plan, I just walked through the park and started taking notes on the different amenities in the park, and you could get what was run down, what's not. It was hard to mark in. There's a lot that was functional, but not a lot you would give a high grade, right? And I don't think it would take that long, given, if we just put a few hours a week into it, we'd soon have our own master plan on it. So for all those reasons, I'm against either of these, but I'm really against the generic one that doesn't really answer any real questions. So with that, I'll open it up to the rest of the council. See Councilmember Kalogerovich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I brought this up to put on the strategic plan last year. And I brought it up as a point to make a holistic assessment of how we're using our park spaces, not the condition of our parks, because I know that's been done in the past. I think in 2018, there was a park assessment. And I brought this up because I realize our play structures are hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we have a play structure at almost every park, every parkette. There's 2 parkettes on, I think it's Harriman, within 2 blocks of each other, and both have playgrounds. So I think we're not using our park space to the extent that we should as far as the population we're serving. I think it's redundant. And, I'm a mom, I have kids. Moms need places to take their kids, the little ones, but we don't need a playground at every park. So the intention of this strategic plan item was to have an evaluation of who's using our parks and how can we best serve our community, our entire community. So I realize that all being said, yes, I agree with you, Mayor. We have a lot on our plate. We've got, iron's already in the fire. We need to complete that. I do see a huge value in doing this in the future. I'd like to keep it on the strategic plan as something that maybe we're going to get done in the future so that we can really serve our community the best that we can with the little park space we do have. But I would support putting a pause on this for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Can we share 1A, please? So I'm glad we have this on the agenda. I'm glad we're going over this. Parks are very important. It's something that Councilmember Lowenstein and I have talked about for years. In fact, Councilmember Lowenstein asked for a review back in 2021, which I will show.
Hey, that looks like purple in that gradient.
At least it's not small.
Let's see here. So, there you go. So this is actually was asked for in 2020, 2021 budget development, and came back in early 2021, and we had staff go out and look at our parks, number of amenities, types of amenities, right? And what I want everyone to look at here is, in particular here, is Franklin Park, right? It says it's good, and we have 2 amenities. There's a lot of other aspects there that we should be looking at. Wilderness Park, it says fair. Again, look at that. The Parks and Rec Commission looked at this report. They made recommendations. We went over a whole host of recommendations, good and fair as the equipment. But what I found interesting was, this is so important right now. One of the reasons why Councilmember Lindsay and I talked about this a long time ago, and we brought it up again, and when looking at this is because, we're talking about a bond moving forward. We need numbers. So I'd really like to have this report be given a number, but I don't need to do that because in going back, Mayor Brand reminded me way back when in 2021 that the county did a report for us in 2016, I think it was. So here's all the parks that they looked at and open space, right? And there's a big difference between park and open space. And they categorized everything, told us exactly how many acres per 1,000 people, amount of population, you can tell 67,000 people. We're up to 73,000 people now. So parks per acre is much less than 1.44, which is really important on the next couple of slides here, moving forward.
The 2.2 includes the 50-acre county beach, 52-acre, I think it is, county beach.
Yeah, so there's different numbers there and different percentages, but this here you can see exactly what particular parks they're using. They're using city-only parks. So here's the interesting slide, actually. So here's the color gradient, if I might use that word. Red is very high and green is very low. And you can tell here in North Redondo and very South Redondo, there's a high need for parks. And what this doesn't say is when there's a high need for parks, and you have a high density, you have more people visiting those parks, those open spaces than normally, which means those parks, the open space gets more use, right? So you have a higher usage in those particular parks. Again, this is another good little park need, citywide. And, oops, so it's coming up. So the county did a really cool thing, was they came through and color-coded all of our parks for us. And they looked at all of them. And you can see some did well, some did okay. I don't know, there's not very many that did very well. But Franklin Park here came up under as poor. And they actually looked at the picnic stands, which was high needs, and the playgrounds as poor. And we just put a bunch of money in that, right? So they did actually one step further. So looking at all of these miles of trails, okay, so here you can see countywide. The reason why they did it, because they studied every single city. And you can see that we are actually in the moderate category for assessment of needs for parks, for quality parks, way higher than Manhattan Beach or Torrance. And here's the number. So there's a $91 million number, but there's a cost for prioritized projects, $16.5 million, and this is in 2016 numbers, I believe it was. And deferred maintenance, $74 million. And replace amenities in poor conditions, get these are numbers right here, $68 million. Repair amenities in fair condition, $6.5 million, so a grand total of $91 million. So
in 2016 dollars.
2016 dollars. I will say, if you look,
Some of these are done.
some of these are done. It's a replace artificial.
Yeah, that one.
Well, we don't have artificial. So
That's the school, I think.
do they don't have artificial there? Do they? They don't have artificial.
Their side is.
The other side do?
Their side
Okay.
is.
So some of these we've done some field lighting, Alta Vista. We've done that. A couple other items, but at the end of the day.
I guess Park's been worked on. Veterans Park is done.
Yeah, there is a whole big number here that we have and can look at moving forward to guide us for what we need to get done moving forward. And as the mayor correctly pointed out regarding Moonstone Park, they did a whole study going through here. They actually came to council member, what's this, 2016, council member Brand to his community meeting, February 29th, 2016. He had about 150, 200 people. So they did a great study. I think we should use this as our guide moving forward. I think the county did a great job looking at this. with numbers and what needs to get done. It's also a good third party, so we can get a good look. And we should be utilizing reports like this moving forward, so we don't have to spend the money, we have to spend the time, and we have a great base layer. So I'll receive and file these reports into the studies, into the packet. So yeah, I don't support doing a major study unless we have big money coming in for a grand master plan, but then we need actually money to spend for it too. That's it, thank you. Yes, I'll send to everyone as well.
It's online, and they did a minor update in 2022, which had some interesting numbers on the use of Redondo State Beach. We have more attendance than Manhattan Beach. So let's see, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I just want to just second what you said, Mayor Light. We have so many things in the hopper, we just need to execute. Wilderness Park has been out there forever in terms of needing work. And I'm glad to see that we got the community center done. But Dominguez Park was late. I think it's a year late now, longer actually because of COVID. And I just think we need to start executing on the projects that are already funded before we start going into other things. Can we also get access to the assessment that we did a couple years ago, that I requested a couple years ago? This is the one that John LaRock did.
Yeah, I think we can dig that up. That might have been, he might have assisted Ted in that report. It was an amenities analysis, as I recall.
Yeah.
We'll pull that, see what we have. I think it's consistent with that.
What's the status of the regional park restrooms? Because weren't we supposed to do those?
It's been going. It's been focused primarily on partitions, equipment, where possible, flooring, sinks, fixtures, et cetera. So
that's okay.
It's happening. The staff are slowly implementing it at different locations. Like I said, I think what we're most excited to see to help move some of these projects along more quickly is the replacement of our park services manager, which we've tendered an offer to, and he'll be here in a couple of weeks. So excited to bring him on board.
And a park that's often overlooked is the dog park, and we have lots of funding for that.
We do.
And I don't know where we're at with that, but I know we've been pricing fencing. That doesn't do a lot.
Yeah, we've been, I think we're just about through the initial list that was called out at Dominguez, but we still have extra funding and we are working.
We talked about ground cover or something.
Yeah, we got a little stymied with SCE on that.
Diane told me that they approved it.
It's not to evolve into individual projects.
But I'm just saying that, and I'm not trying to get into it, but certain things have not been addressed and it's been years.
Yeah.
So I don't know, if we don't do it now, when do we do it?
Right, and that's absolutely our feeling as well. The priority now should be execution, not necessarily planning for the next round of projects. We've got plenty to do.
But I do think that Councilmember Kalajerovich her strategic plan item is different than what I read out of this. I do think there's value into seeing, are we doing the right things at the different, are we programming the parks correctly?
Right, and that's what the more comprehensive master plan would be directed to assess and help us with analytically, provide metrics.
We can't do that internally and just
Well,
say we've got,
we can, but again, it's time and energy. It takes community meetings, it takes input, feedback gathering to determine how does the community feel about prospective changes. I couldn't agree more with the notion that we are over play equipment, for lack of a better word. The fact that we have multiple structures at virtually all of our parkettes does our maintenance program a disservice. And I don't think we're as efficient with the use of those funds as we could be. So studying that would have value for us. But again, it's prioritization of effort.
Yeah, I think our own staff could do it over time by the time we could act on it. And things like we've already talked about, there's low use of the racquetball court in Alta Vista, right? I think you talked about what's our teen programming, really doing, and is it in the right places?
Well, and ironically, we came back with that same analysis for racquetball, and at the time there was a decision not to make any changes. There were some options presented. We may want to revisit that again.
Well, I'm just using, I don't want to get into, I don't want to single anything out. I'm just saying, using that as an example. Okay, Councilmember Obaji, I think you.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with the mayor. I think Councilmember Kalajerovich's points kind of missed insofar as when this was brought up, it was about the parkettes and maintenance and all that. And I feel like if we got a report that said that, certain playground needs to go at Dominguez Park, which is already going in, and an All Abilities Park needs to go in at Franklin, which she already moved on and appropriated money for, we'd be gaining nothing. I also think that our major parks we go to as council members, we detect what's wrong, what needs improvement. We hear feedback directly from our residents on that. It's more the parkettes that we understood from the city manager that, look, it's just overwhelming, the number of small parks that we have, the cost associated with maintaining all those parks, and then eventually replacing the playgrounds at them or whatnot. So it would be good at some point to get a consultation, even if it excludes the major parks, but just on the parkettes and what's our overview, our master plan for how we're going to maintain or transform the next generation of these parkettes. Are some going to become pickleball? Some are going to stay playgrounds. We're going to put new playgrounds in them. Are they going to become whatever? Are they going to become community gardens? That's a quiet use that could be at a parkette. So I think that's where getting some expertise and obviously community feedback, doing some outreach.
And that's what a master plan process typically includes. You bring the consultant on, you give them a general scope of work, you tell them what your targeted concerns are. They go out and they provide their analytical, professional opinion, and then they test that in the various neighborhoods that would potentially be affected by the change. And then they culminate that report and bring it back for council consideration. They walk it through the Rec and Parks Commission, or now the Public Amenities Commission, come October, and get feedback. And that's really what the master planning effort's about. Now, you can have them focus on design work, park by park. You could have them focus on specific amenity inclusions, or recommended maintenance program, best management practice for how often you replace equipment, et cetera. You can have those consultants assist in all of those efforts. The challenge is somebody has to manage that effort, that work effort, and ultimately schedule those meetings and support the consultant in that time and energy. And that's right now what we just don't have capacity for. That's the problem.
All right. So maybe, like if we ask right now, Councilmember Barron, about Anderson Park, any changes there? Any major, I think he's got that covered. I think Aviation Park, we're working on that field that we want to address, and some of us want to make put pickleball there. Perry Park, don't change a thing. It's perfect. We just changed the water fountain, pulled out a beehive. I think Dominguez Park is getting some good work on it, and Franklin Park next. So I think we're taking care of our major parks. So maybe just direct staff, if folks are on board with it, once you guys get fully staffed, to come back with a kind of parquet analysis with how are the uses currently at our parquets, what kind of maintenance is required to continue those uses, what alternative uses could be made, and then we could provide direction as to public outreach to do if we want to change anything at the parquets in the future.
Yeah, we could live with that.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Oh, sorry, I didn't put my hand down.
Are you done? You're done?
Yeah.
Councilmember Kalajevic?
Yeah, I would, like I said, I still feel like there's value in this, but just not at this time. And while I agree that we could maybe segment it into just the parkettes, I think we might miss something as far as like the holistic view for the entire city. I think a consultant's going to have to consider how close the residents are to a major park in addition to where the parkette is. So I just feel like I would prefer to have this on pause. And is it appropriate for us to keep it on the strategic plan and just tabled for a little bit, or how does that work?
We could, when we come back to the strategic planning conversation, we'll reboot the discussion, and you can decide, do we do, perhaps in 6 weeks, we come back with a staff-only sort of pre-assessment of what that would look like, or we opt to just sort of table that, perhaps put it out as a future objective, so it's not part of the next 6-month cycle, but perhaps the one after that.
Right.
A couple of ways to tackle that, but we would have that conversation as part of the strategic plan.
Yeah, okay. So, I'd make a motion to pause the efforts right now, and as we revisit strategic plan, we can assess how we want to move forward.
Okay. Any members of the public wish to address this item?
Ron Marocco, District 3. I agree with you, but this is a great project for the Youth Commission to actually undertake. They're the ones who are using the park, they have peers using it, and maybe engaging them while you put this on pause for them to get their input on it. And they have the neighborhoods as well that use the park. I'm a big fan of seeing pickleball showing up at all the little parkettes around the city, but the Youth Commission, I think, would be a great starting point for this.
I might just make one comment about that. I dislike the pickleball idea in the parkettes because I get a lot of complaints from the neighbors right next to the pickleball or to the parkettes. However, with the Youth Commission, I think this is an exceptional idea because one of the youth I was talking to and pitching the Youth Commission to, I asked about parks and how they use them. And she said, well, this is a middle schooler. There's just no place for us to hang out. They all have, it's all for little kids. So, good point, yeah.
And I agree with, I think that's an excellent idea. If you remember, the skate park idea came from kids coming up and testifying, and they did it for years. I mean, I remember back in the early 2000s, when I'd come for a Heart of the City meeting out there, the kids would come up and ask for a skate park, and that came up again in the 2010s. And so I do think it's good to ask the kids what they want and they need.
Yeah.
And to serve the different ages, too.
Absolutely.
So
We finally got one, too.
yeah. Okay, any other members of the public wish to address this item?
Hello everyone. This is Eddie Porchop again. And I just speak on this because Mr. Opaci looks like likes my comments, appreciate my input. I agree with you because parks are very important, and also agree with you that this kind of master plan, it is just wasted money, because we already have the parks, people already use it. And just a reminder, when I was a kid, we did not need that equipment. Dirt was a toy. You know what I mean? A twig was a toy. So I don't know why the city would have to spend money on system assessment and what you call these people, these experts telling you where is the park and what you could do with it and this and that. Anyway, the saddest thing in this, when I came to America, I was surprised all the afternoon activities were going down on schoolyards. And I don't know why, lately they closed down the schoolyards. You know what I mean? So taxpayers paying for the schools and the schoolyards and the maintenance of the schoolyards and everything, and they cannot go to the schoolyard and play. I had very good time with my daughter on the schoolyards, learned to bicycle, hang out with other kids. All the neighborhood kids came together and whatever. So after we paid the big school tax and whatever, right after they were finished spending our $300 million, they closed the schoolyard. So maybe if you need more playground place, look into that, why the schools had that decency or indecency closed down all the schoolyards. In Torrance, only the soccer league, the AIS or what they call themselves, and one more other allowed on the schoolyards. No residents allowed on the schoolyards. I understand no dogs, but I don't really care right now because I don't have a kid anymore. But when I was a parent with a young child, it was very important to take the kids someplace or go behind the fence and learn how to ride a bike or a scooter or a skateboard without a car running over you. So I would look into that. That would be very helpful, And I apologize. I tried to make steps, and I was pushing for the pickleball courts. And Torrance got $35 more million, and they're building the green line. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the city council on this item? Anybody online?
No one on Zoom and no e-comments for this item.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji?
So is the youth commission active?
Not yet.
They need to be appointed. They've applied.
Applied, but not yet appointed yet. When do we think that they'll be active?
October.
In the fall.
And the commissions are up.
Okay.
In August.
So would you like to amend your motion to direct the youth commission, when it's effective, to inventory all our parks, the facilities at them, the conditions, with, the photo book report, and then express the needs of the parks from their perspective, the desired uses they'd like to see there, and changed uses of spaces.
Yes, I would welcome that amendment, but I don't think we need to ask them to do the conditions. I
You
mean,
want the programming?
yeah, for them to focus on the programming.
Programming.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so your motion is to table this, but to, once the youth commission stands up, assign them as their first activity to do a parks inventory from a programming perspective.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the item? Okay,
You're amending the motion to have the youth commission look at these
it's
parks?
actually amendment. It was never seconded, so she's. Did you second the first one? Okay, okay, so it is amended.
To have the youth commission look at all the parks when they get back into order?
From a programming perspective.
Programming, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All four?
All right.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, any city manager items?
Just, many of you covered it. I would like to give a big thank you to our fire department, Chief Butler, Brian Regan, police department, our traffic control team. Fireworks show was a hit by all accounts. We've had great reviews. Many of you have said it. But as was noted, it is a team effort. It's not an easy thing to deploy each year. Had help from our environmental consultant. We were one of the few shows that did occur over water. We're grateful for all that work. And Garden State, while it took a little bit to get through the contracting phase, they did deliver on the 4th, and it was quite the display. So,
And let's not forget, they had to support the 5K early in the morning.
and that it is a long day for many of our officers and our fire team as it begins quite early in the village. We'll say, though, by all accounts, great compliance from our residents. Had fewer complaints this year than years past, not by a large margin, but by some. So we're grateful for a safe and happy 4th. It was a very loud 4th, not just from our own display, but the mortars in the region, I think, were bigger than I can recall in quite some time. It was a very active evening, but pleased that we got through it safely. So big thanks to the team. And then lastly, in about a month, we are going to launch publicly our external facing online building permit program. So we'll have a little bit of a display here in the next few weeks. If you have any questions about that, we'll fill you in. But early August, we're going live with City Tech, our new online portal for building permits and plan check review. So we're very excited about that, and a little bit more info to follow before we launch in August. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item P1, discussion. This is 3 items in one. It's discussion on the Charter Review Advisory Committee final recommendations, also addressing the letter we received from Redondo Beach Unified School District, and then finally the discussion about the future of the board, whether we disband it or continue it. So with that, over to you guys.
Okay.
Let's start with the easy one. We recommend that you disband it at this point.
I think we're done.
Should be real easy.
I think we're done. We can get to the other ones later. You have a memo from us regarding the 2 remaining items that were on. There is in fact a 3rd item which we will comment on individually because the committee didn't take a particular position yet on what is your 2nd item. So that if we do respond to that, it will be our individual response. The issues, one of the issues that we dealt with was publishing. Overall, what we tried to do was to look to the future. in all of the things that we did with any charter changes. Publishing was an intriguing one because not how it's necessarily worked in the past, but as we look to the future, the way it is written in the charter is probably going to get us into difficulty. And that is, sadly, local newspapers are dying. And our requirements in the charter are specific local newspaper. Now, the state law has, in some cases, newspaper in it. It does not have it for bids. Our charter has a requirement for bids. Most people, as I have checked, work with bids through websites that are focused on those industries, rather than people looking in a local newspaper to find the bid specifics. Now, we post in both places. We do put it in the newspapers and we do put it on those, but the cost is incremental for the local newspaper, which probably doesn't get us anything, but it is a requirement. Our recommendation with all of this is to scrape out the words newspaper and to generalize it to be following state law. I can read it here. We unanimously voted that a new section be added to the charter in substance that publishing, or published as used in the charter shall mean in the matter of municipal affairs as determined by ordinance and not contrary to any state or federal statute or rule. This would enable the city to provide flexibility as future developments in this area occur without revisiting the charter language each time it happens. That's what we were aiming for, was to give flexibility to the council as hopefully there won't be another charter review for another 20, 25 years. If you look back 25 years, how communications has changed. 25 years from now, it may be implanted in our brains. We don't know. But what we're trying to do is to make it so that there is flexibility regarding this particular issue. And it's not intended to take business away from anybody. We're just trying to deal with what the future might be. As it stands right now, with the exception of bids, there are requirements in state law to be in a newspaper, to be in printed form. Interestingly, the day after our meeting, I was at a lunch for former presidents of the LA County Division of the League of California Cities. And two people there, the 1 week I was missing, they talked about the city of Arcadia as having information. It so happened that one of the people there was council member from Arcadia. So I asked him, he said they're trying to do the exact same thing, is to make this as generic as possible so that they can deal with changes without having to go through charter. Another person at that meeting was a former president of the division who is now a state assemblywoman, talking about technology changes and trying to get it through the state legislature. And she said, it's awful because it's not so much that they're Luddites, but they have difficulty dealing with technology. All levels of government have difficulties dealing with technology. Technology moves way faster than government can move. Our goal was to try to make it so that there was flexibility to give the council the opportunity to make those changes without having to go through the charter process of putting it in front of the voters, waiting every 2 years perhaps to be able to put it in front of the voters. And that was the goal that we had. I don't know if any of my colleagues would.
I do want to say, you should look at this as two levels. One is we were trying to figure out a way to save money, because when you put out the building plan or the general plan, you have to ship it out and publish it in a paper. So the initial thought was municipal affairs, we're not required to publish it in a newspaper. We can do as the charter wants, and that was what led to the language. trying to save some costs on it. Certain things we are required by the state of California or the federal law to do. So official papers are going to probably still be around for a while. And our effort then, once we decided what the definition was going to be, was to give you an option to be forward thinking on how you want to take it to the next level. And so that's why we delved into it. But initially, it's just to get the costs down when we send out this general plan that has to go out to everybody.
I'm good.
It's good.
I agree.
So that's kind of where we are on that publishing.
I do think Bob had in our discussions, had an initial thought of, as opposed to publishing, send people postcards with a QR code on it, which would then send them to, let's say, the general plan or the building codes. And the real question here is, how much is this all going to cost? And we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It means sending out the general, it means sending out the general plan revision to every voter.
If you had to send out the general plan itself, it's 3 inches thick.
Waste of paper.
And if everybody's got to get one, and I think, is that correct?
Yeah, but that's related to Article 27. So
Yeah,
that's
and
a little
Article
different.
27 doesn't talk about publishing, it just says send it.
No, yeah, send them, not
Exactly
email,
my
sorry.
point.
So
So the real question here is, how do you do that so that you're in compliance with the charter, meaning notification, and still fulfill, I'll just say, the transparency aspect? Now, you could argue that people don't have the equal access to the internet and things like that. We also had a discussion of installing kiosks, let's just say at the library, or where we post the agenda out here, and maybe one in North Redondo, which is basically an ATM technology. Easy to do, easy to update, easy to protect. So yes, it involves a cost, but does it involve the same cost that it would cost you to mail them? And that's really what you have to decide. So by taking this out of the charter and putting it in the ordinance category, you then have the option to adapt to technology changes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your decision.
Do you have any questions?
Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. Job well done, gentlemen. And it was an illuminating discussion, and thank you for being so forward-looking on this. And hopefully we can make some changes that accomplish what it is that you're speaking to.
I think that you really only have to decide whether or not you want to strip out the encumbrances, basically handcuffing you to a procedure. That's what you have to put before the voters. Then you have to decide whether or not you're willing to do the extra work, or future councils are willing to do the extra work to craft ordinances that comply with the transparency issue, so the public has a right to know.
Right to know.
That's really what you have to decide.
Well, it would seem like we should have the ordinances ready to go.
Perhaps.
For the initial round.
Yes.
Because there's going to be stuff coming up quick after that election.
Exactly.
Right. And I don't know if the city attorney had an opportunity to look at this or has anything to say on
He had an
this.
opportunity to hear us.
More than an opportunity, I might say.
Any input on a path forward?
You may want to look at, Committee Member Pinsler talked about Arcadia in the Charter Review Committee's materials. There's a section 420. That was the most recent amendment of a charter city. They did distinguish between matters of municipal affairs and local affairs, because you don't want to have something undone, because state law, and they have many different requirements for published given the nature of what's done. But you can look at that and say for municipal affairs, it can be done by ordinance, which, as all three of them said, it gives the most flexibility for the council and make it clear that you're required to do anything that doesn't pertain solely to municipal affair has to be done compliant with applicable law, so.
But if we did the generic, right, for the generic definition of publishing and push that into an ordinance, we'd still have to modify Article 27, correct? Because it doesn't talk about publishing.
Yeah, that's a separate but related issue, as
Well,
we
they
talked
brought it
about.
up.
Okay, so, no, I'm not so Article 27 uses the word mail specifically. So whether you change publish wouldn't change
Right,
the
that's my
requirement
point.
that it be mailed. You may want to change both because it's getting at the same root issue.
Does mail include email?
Does mail include email? And that's what 27.4B, that refers to the mailing of the materials for the,
I don't know that you can confirm everybody has an email address and it's current.
Yeah, and that's the other problem when you get to technology. We talked about that in terms of, or if you deny one person, you're denying everybody. But there are other ways that you can amend Article 27 in the same spirit.
Same spirit.
That what's before you today, amending publish would allow you to do.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
And the reason that was put in Article 27, because I helped author that, not the lawyering of it, but the broad basis of it, was that the only means back then of somebody looking at the amendments that were being proposed was to come to a library and look it up or download from the website, which back then was very, very slow. I tried to download, one of them and it took over 2 hours and then it went for 2 hours and then somehow it dropped, right? And so you had to start all over again. And so that's how that got in back
But we
then.
don't use modem cards.
Yeah, that was my life years
My
ago. yes.
9.2 modem, somebody called in and it hung up. No.
We were specifically dealing with the word publish,
I know.
which is a word that offered lots of definitions. The word mail didn't seem to be as problematic, but it does have its questions about whether mail equals email or mail plus email, which one can opt in or opt out of.
Yeah.
There are many ways of doing
Yeah, I
this.
think we'll solve that at a later date, but
I
I
know.
just wanted to,
Yeah.
cover that those are two different.
They are two
If you
different
fix
but
one,
related.
you're not fixing the other. That was my point.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Barron, you had the floor and I walked on you, so I have my
not at all.
apologies.
I thought it was accretive to the discussion. I have nothing further, so I'm going to withdraw the request to speak at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
So you guys looked at the definition of publishing, you went through the different steps. Why, I mean, we can just simply change the verbiage here very simply, direct city attorney come back with verbiage that basically says to publish online or offline, right? Or online, to publish, or publish to publish as defined by city ordinance, and leave it up to the ordinance.
Correct. And I think when it was originally presented, it was by council resolution or ordinance. An ordinance makes more sense because at least you're setting out the standard that you're going to be operating with. But the council always has the discretion, I think, to change what it wants published. At one point, we were looking at how do we reduce the cost of putting it in a newspaper with multiple pages? And we looked at some things like summary and stuff, but ultimately the group came around to, let's just get the definition out there so that the council has the maximum flexibility.
I think also, when we were talking about publishing in a newspaper, the real question is, do people really read that and where do they get that?
Where do they get it?
We're trying to get information out to the public and be transparent. You just
Right.
you can't bury it in, I'll just say 8-point type on page 15 of a throwaway newspaper.
It was a thoughtful discussion you had because you talked about how the newspaper we currently publish in doesn't actually get delivered to the front doorstep anymore. So I have to actually walk every week down to go grab it. So that can suppose you.
There's still, for state law issues, we're going to have an official newspaper.
Right. So
the state changes its law.
that's exactly my thing. Do we have to put something in the charter as per state law, or in the charter defined by ordinance or done by ordinance unless required by state law?
That's where the municipal.
It's written here as determined by ordinance and not contrary to any state or federal statute or rule.
Okay.
Where's
that page? Is that in your?
Yes, it's in the last paragraph of that section. The state legislature will get to it. The likelihood is that they'll get to it. It will have changed and they will get to the wrong thing, but they'll get to it.
You said
It's page 2. Right before residency.
Anytime soon.
okay, you're right. That's what I thought. Okay. Got it.
Is that it?
Can you light up my computer real quick?
All I'll say is my only comment to this is, yeah, let's just change the definition, put it as per ordinance, and off we go. Make it simple.
So this
We're
is,
mostly looking for the future of,
Right.
and flexibility as I'll just say technology changes or how people receive their information.
Right.
so on the screen, that's section 420 of the Arcadia Charter. And that you can see, for example, it leaves up to the council to decide how it's posted, if it's a matter of municipal concern solely. But if the second paragraph is, if it doesn't solely pertain to a municipal affair, it'll comply with state law. So you could do, that's the intent, I think, of, I wouldn't necessarily use this exact language, but the intent is the same.
Color me shocked.
The whole point is.
So you're not recommending plagiarism? Imagine that.
Okay, that's,
Okay, is that it, Councilmember Nairn? Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, great work, gentlemen. I'm in agreement with as per ordinance. I think that's the way to do it. And when you're talking about democracy and making sure that everybody has access to it, there's no better way to do it than this. It's flexible, it can be changed. I would imagine 98 to 99% of the population in Redondo Beach has a phone that can read a PDF or something like that and a decent internet connection.
I have a hard time envisioning people reading the general plan on their phone. It's just.
You'd be surprised what
Then
people
again,
read on
they
the
watch
phone.
movies on their
Yeah.
phones. So.
But the point is that they can access it.
They can
And
access
you're right. It's probably not a lot of, I don't think a lot of people are going to read it to begin with.
The
but-
12 people who are going to read it will read it on the.
Right, the people, so, we do have computers already in the library. We can either designate one or add them. I like the idea of a QR code, that's great. We can also publish it on the homepage of the website, that's very simple to do. And on the code and on the postcard that goes out with, besides the QR code, we could have something postage paid, checkbox saying, if you'd like a mailed copy, it'll get sent back to the clerk, and the clerk can mail you a copy. I don't think a lot of people are going to ask for it. But I can tell you that if I went home right now and looked on my home computer, I've got files from 2001 at least on there. I don't have any newspapers, hardly any hanging around from 2001. So that tells you that people keep stuff on their computer, years later, if they want to review the general plan for whatever reason, besides going to the city website, they could have it on their computer. I think it's a much better way to do it. It's also greener and it's more efficient.
Not a fire hazard.
It's not a fire hazard and it won't fade, right?
Team battery.
So I think that's the way to do it. I think you guys are I wish you were in Sacramento for a variety of reasons. This would be one so that they could get.
We're okay here.
Yeah.
We're okay.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, great work. I think I'm in agreement with you guys. Any flexibility is good, and I think accessibility is best digitally, so.
You guys remind me of the three-headed giant in the Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
They do look like a vaudeville act up there, the three of them. so.
Councilmember Obaji.
Did you guys talk about the residency requirement?
Yes, we did. That's next.
That's
Councilmembers.
next. Okay, so we're just on the publication. So I guess for the city attorney, if we were to direct you to, let's say, prepare language, what's your understanding of what the recommendation is here?
My understanding is that you're going to remove the requirement for matters of purely municipal concern to publish in a local newspaper. You're going to bifurcate the rules for purely municipal matters and leave that up to ordinance. And for matters that are not purely municipal, you'll comply with state law as that may change or may vary given the circumstances. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a nice motion.
There are
That's a nice motion.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
Yeah,
Almost.
with a friendly amendment
Yeah?
to also include an amendment of the mailing language in Article 27.
Yep, Article
Yep,
27.
27.
27.4.
XXVII.
You winced, Mr. Webb. So what raises your concern about that?
That's not really on tonight's agenda, and we will be coming back
Okay, we'll deal
for
with that
previous
then.
direction
I
about
just wanted to
Article
get lost
27.
in the
It will,
cracks, so.
trust me, it's
second your
not going to
motion.
get lost.
Okay.
Motion seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have to take public comment before we vote on it. So if we could relinquish the,
And this is bifurcating P1, right?
Yeah.
does anyone wish to speak to this?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchop again. I just speak on this item so Mr. Robaji can be satisfied. I agree with him 100%. You have to follow state and federal guidelines. So if the state says this, you cannot do that. You know what I mean? So this is where the people who have a charter city, they think that, oh, the charter city, we just can do anything we want to. But no, he was 100% right, following the state and federal rules. And also the rules, the state bar, you should read that too. So anyway, in my opinion, there is, if it's allowed, there is a couple of things I could suggest because I'm here to help. You could use like schools' bulletin boards. You could just mail a flyer out to the residents. Hey, this coming up, if you want to learn anything about it, we're saving paper, come to our website and read it. And by the way, I'm going to tell you this, people, this is just like this. You behind me, nobody here, nobody cares. They wouldn't even know this was on the agenda. So why even bother? You know what I mean? Just do what the state and the federal government require, and that's it. If somebody interested, an idiot like me, they open up their computer, they look at it, they read it, but I'm one of the idiots who do that. So nobody else cares, nobody else cares. Anyway, it looks like you are very, a board of pork chops. So I give my time up to somebody else, the next speaker, the next public speaker. Look, it's very easy to make Obaji happy. You can even imagine, you can even forget the $500,000.
Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Okay, anybody online?
I have no one online.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so that's 4-0.
And I guess now we can deal with.
Next item, yep.
Residency. You want to go?
Well, I'm the one person who voted against the definition that they're presenting. You all asked us to come up with a definition of residence. The definition that we came up with included the word residence without coming to a clear resolution. I think the language that has been they decided the standard should be registered to vote. That was the main standard. But it was resident and registered to vote, so that just seemed to me ambiguous. So I voted against it. That was my dissent, but the committee as a whole decided that there should be a definition, and the analysis is what you got in the report on how we came about that.
As you saw from the report, this has some quirks in it. It can be very odd sometimes when you look at a charter that's been around for so long and tweaked that for decades. The issue was, how do you define a registered voter? And for us, it was what the Registrar of Voters says it is. In modern situation, when one, for example, changes where they receive their mail, there was an automatic notification that goes to the Registrar of Voters, and that automatically changes your registration. And that is the structure that exists, and we believed that that was the best way to go. It wasn't completely unanimous, but it was 6-1. It also, as we learned, there are processes by which a violation of the charter can be made public. And the way to do that, as was described by the city attorney, is you go to the police department and you file a police report. And that's the way that a violation of the charter, which would then be determined as to whether you actually voted, which is a felony, or if you are violating a charter, which is a misdemeanor. And that, again, would go through the city attorney's office, and they would determine where that might go. But in terms of what the number of days might be, we just did discuss that, how long you need to live in the district to be a registered voter in the district, to run for office. Yes. And we decided, looking at other city charters and state law, that 30 days seemed to be the amount of time generally that was considered, and we decided that that would be the proper way to go. Again, this is all up to you.
Is that 30 days before the election or 30 days before they apply?
Prior to filing. Prior to filing.
Filing.
Awfully short.
Drawing papers.
Okay.
That's what it's been.
But I was a dissenter, so.
So we did have some spirited discussion about that in terms of time and what that might be. But we did come down on the 30-day number. And that's all, I believe, included in this document. The last part, which is whether or not we should stay around, that's your third item, so we'll get to that.
What was the reasoning for 30 days, besides state law or other things?
State law and you go ahead.
I'm not sure state law, it says that precisely. But I'm a dissenter, first of all. I think it should be longer. And I argued for like 90 days. Actually, I would argue for a year. But the consensus of the committee was basically 30 days. So in the interest of collegiality, I did vote for this, but I don't agree with it. So I personally, the reason being is that we had a deadline to get here. You guys had a deadline for a budget, we had a deadline for tonight to get here. So, there's no reason for me to hold it up if I'm not going to win, or I don't have a chance to win. So that's why I voted for it.
Two dissenting, semi-dissenting votes.
But I made it clear I was going to be here tonight and speak and say, I don't think you get a community of interest for Redondo to represent a district or the city wide if you've only been here for 30 days. You don't even have time to appreciate the culture and the amenities of the city, let alone run them.
What if, can I make a what if? What if Joe Smith or Mary Jones decides, hey, live in Palms, I want to be a city council member, I'm going to move to Redondo Beach for 30 days, rent a room in an apartment, or a hotel, change my mailing address there, and then if I don't get elected, I'll move out of the city.
Doesn't work. The hotel cannot.
Precisely, which is
Or
my
an Airbnb.
which is my argument, but I think we could go back just several months or a year when we had some contention here where outside forces were trying to run the city, and you could literally change an election by 30 days residency.
Exactly.
So
That's my
I'm not in
concern.
favor, and I will not ever be in favor of a 30-day residency. I will say, I'll settle for 90, but I would prefer 120. You can't get free tuition in a state university here unless you've been here for a year and prove it, okay? So now.
I want to move wherever there's free tuition in
I'm sorry?
university. I want to move wherever there's free tuition in university. It's
Are you going to speak to the mayor position? Did you talk to that? Did I
Yes,
miss
we
it?
did.
I missed it.
It's not completely free. My wife said it's not completely free.
Analysis.
I agree. I disagree.
Yeah.
It is.
I know, but that's something we got to
Slovenia.
change, right?
Yes, well, no, that's.
The mayor, it's interesting, the city council is required under the charter to remain as residents, as registered voters. Neither the mayor nor the elected department heads specifically state that they have to remain as residents. State law, I believe, and I think we got this during our discussions.
No, it's not
State law implies that. I'm not sure that it states it specifically about
Is that
cities.
true?
Somebody's house.
City
That-
Attorney
that-
Webb?
That one needs to be remain a registered voter in the location that you are.
He's tired of listening to me.
Well, it's irrelevant what the state law is for the purposes of our charter setting up the election requirements. I was trying to
This
look,
is an election, this is as you're serving.
well, no, but how someone remains qualified for a charter city. I was looking for, there's a case that held that really 30 days is the maximum that you could require residency before then. So you can.
Had that discussion.
Yeah,
That
we
was
had
part of
that
the
discussion. So that was the reason.
Crazy.
Well, the state holding office, running for office is a fundamental right. And you can't unduly restrict that. And the courts tend to frown on,
Thompson v. Mellon.
Why 30 days? Why not 2 days?
I can't speak to why the court felt 30 days was okay, but
You see, your agenda tonight has how many closed session items on it? I'm not afraid of lawsuits, because you're going to get sued anyway. So I'm willing to test this. We're in a, I'll just say, a flux in our, I'll just say, civic mindedness of life. But we're realizing that some of the new ways are not beneficial. In other words, 30 days may not be beneficial for any community of interest. All right, so you just can't absorb it. And to your point, there may be a nefarious point of intent.
Yep.
So, and no concern about longevity and the damage that you leave behind. So, no, I'm not in favor.
I agree completely.
the California Supreme Court unfortunately does not.
Unfortunately.
Challenged the state before.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
So it held a while ago that 30 days was enough because, as opposed to 2 days, because the city needed time to verify that they in fact had been there. But they held that any violation, any excess, any requirement with more than 30 days is a violation of the Equal Protection Clause.
We've kind of diverged. So my original question was, should we be changing the mayoral and the other positions to say that they have to remain a
as a-
resident during their?
I can't say should, that's, you have no obligation to change it. The state has.
If our intent is that they stay that way, do we need to change?
Yes, you need to
Okay.
change that for the mayor.
That's my question.
Whether you have to change it for the other three, I can't say, because the other three, it's hard to imagine how they could change their resident. They're full-time jobs, city attorney, city clerk, the city treasurer is part-time, but it was set up at the time when they're doing full-time jobs. We can't leave the state for more than, we can't leave the city for more than 30 days.
Well,
Well, I guess that's.
I haven't left the city for more than 30
not
days.
you, but other professional positions.
Okay, well, whether that's been strictly followed, I can't, I have no comment on. But, so I don't know that you have to change that because you have even a more rigorous requirement. Now, whether that requirement makes sense in an era of DocuSign and Zoom meeting, I leave that up to you. So you don't, whether you should.
You could
but
meet that
the mayor
requirement
does-
without living here.
Right.
What?
You can just
You
show
could
up for a
drive into
day.
the city for work.
Yeah,
An hour.
That's true. And so, like, you can change those. The mayor is easiest to change because you just put in the part that's missing from 6.5 from the council. With the other three, you may want to change it. You may want to remove the 30 days and put resident, or you may just add and remain a resident. That's up to you. I can't say whether you should do it. It's up to you to decide what to recommend to the council. They make a lot of sense.
Our recommendation is for clarification purposes that you do that. That you
Just to the
add
mayor or to all of them?
all.
Okay, I understand.
4
Thank you.
citywide offices.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Did you all consider, thank you for your service on the Charter Review Committee. Did you all consider whether a person should have an intent to remain a resident of Redondo Beach to continue to hold office? Because imagine the scenario where somebody moves all their stuff out, buys a new home elsewhere, and is planning to move, but for whatever reason decides, hey, I want to continue to serve in this position here, keeps their mailing address, their registration the same, maybe, sleeps in either house, whatever, has 1 foot in Redondo, 1 foot out. Isn't that more of a threat than the person who just moved
We
here?
had
and
that
assisting
discussion
Trump?
multiple times, and mostly because I prolonged it. But basically, you're laughing again. You always laugh at me. You don't laugh when I ask you pointed questions, though. Anyway, we had that discussion, and the real question, it boiled down to, I think we voted on this, that, and I say I think because it's now, what we voted on is what you got, is that residency is residency when you apply. In other words, the definition of being a resident is the resident when you took out your papers. So if you said, this is my residence, and I'm going to be a resident of District 1, you remain a resident of District 1, you can change within the political subdivision, as long as you stay within the subdivision. Same with the mayor has to stay in the city. I mean, that's what, we had this discussion about residency. So residency is residency, not what you think residency is.
We picked a definition that we thought
Was
you give
enforceable.
advance notice to whoever's running for office that this is what's going to be required of them. And then they know, because when this came up before the council, it was, is it domicile, is it something else? We decided register to vote, that's the main definition.
And there's a hammer there too, because
If you wish
that's
to add
enforceable.
complication, include intent.
Yeah.
Intent is almost impossible to legislate.
That'll give you, we just had, we were talking about leaving the city. That just leaves everything open for the legal eagles to jump in and question what you meant. We mean a resident is a resident. That's it. It's the same thing it meant when you applied for the papers. I am a resident of District 1. Now, it doesn't say where in District 1, other than your address will become public knowledge. But that's how I think you solve that. You just make a rule of what that is, and you enforce the rule. I mean, the English language is pretty precise.
In some areas.
But it also has some ambiguity built in. Now, we're trying to take the ambiguity out of this. So if you're a resident, you're a resident.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
So it's actually not residence, it's actually domicile. And the state has defined this already, so going back to the question regarding the intent, the residence can be changed only by the by the union of act and intent. This was settled case law, Fenton versus Board of Directors, went to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, 1984.
Non-binding on us.
And it was very well settled, and there's actually a test regarding domicile and residency. We don't need to define residency or intent. It's all done for us. The state takes over for us on this factor. The only thing we need to clean up to get all the loose ends really is the mayor elected positions, and just why not just throw in there for the council positions as well? Because we've had this issue before. It's a good reason to change it, but otherwise residency is simply defined by the state of California election law. So, and it is really just domicile what it comes down to. But
Not necessarily comes down to domicile. It's still.
So I couldn't disagree more, and I would say that the Attorney General, there are, and I gave them a handful, but there are volumes of AG opinions as to what constitute residence and not. And one of the issues when the council has addressed this a couple of years ago, and when the council did during Committee Member Pinsler's time, is back then it was moral turpitude. 2 years ago it was residency. It's a fundamental right. The case law is clear that the tie go to the office holder. And the initial direction was to define it so it can be used, interpreted more clearly. There are, and I would encourage you to look at them before the council decide. I gave a number of different definitions in different portions of state law that define residency different. And you could pick any of those and put that into the charter as what the definition of resident is for purposes of being elected. Domicile is one acceptable method. One of the other things that the committee discussed was, and Committee Member Morocco may want to talk about it, and so let me backtrack. The statement of how it gets to the council in terms of resident is not exactly correct. So if there's a criminal violation, it goes to the police department or another investigative agency. If it's a felony, it starts with the DA unless they reject it, and then they refer it to us. If it's a misdemeanor charter violation, such as if a council member ordered the city manager to fire an employee, it's a clear violation of departmental interference. We need the police to investigate it, and that could be a criminal violation. With not remaining in office, that goes straight to the council. And whether it was the former clerk who was convicted arguably of a crime involving moral turpitude, or the issue of whether someone no longer remained a resident, that goes to the council. One other option, because in a general law city it's done different, the council could be required to seek permission quo warranto from the AG to sue to remove the party, as opposed to being put in the position of voting to remove another elected official. They have real expertise in it, and that's why you have all these differing decisions based on the factors in front of you. So if you have questions about the chart, now it was a 6-to-1 recommendation, and I don't see the actual language and I apologize, I wasn't at the last meeting. I don't see the actual language in scanning it. If you have questions about, you could always put the language before the voters. You could dive into all the different definitions or AG opinions and come up with a definition, or you could come up with, we don't want to be involved in that. But it does give power to someone else.
And the intent, I think, still remains with the council as the fact finder. So you all would be deciding the facts as it pertains to whether the intent is there or not. I think that's.
You're right. So council has subpoena powers to hold the trial. So the definition of residency as per state election, section 349. Residence defined. Residence for voting purposes means a person's domicile. Section A. Section B, the domicile of a person is that in which his or her habitation is fixed, wherein the person has the intention of remaining, and to which, whenever he or she is absent, the person has the intention of returning. At a given time, a person may have only one domicile. Section C, the residence of a person is that in place in which the person's habitation is fixed for some period of time, but wherein he or she does not have the intention of remaining at a given time. A person may have more than one residence, but not more than one domicile. So Redondo Beach knows this. Back in 2023, our CCW process says in order to qualify for a license to carry a firearm, the applicant must meet the following requirements. A, be a resident of the city of Redondo Beach, Penal Code 26155A3. And then it further defined, to qualify as a resident, applicant must maintain a primary domicile of in the city of Redondo Beach. So if you want to look at this and say where you want to go with this, you could just you can just sit here and say whatever our CCW permit is, because our CCW permit is pretty well defined as residence and what domicile is. So leave the residence, state law comes in and takes over, and just leave the, since it's defined residence as domicile, and it's clearly defined, and there's a test in the state election code, all the different codes. All we're really quibbling here at is making sure the 30-day period, I agree with you, having extended would be nicer, but we're not going to get there. I'd rather not get a lawsuit by someone, but I'd rather just clean up the action of residence when it comes to the full-time employees and the 3 full-time employees that we have, and then for the mayor.
Officials?
Yeah, elected officials, and then the mayor's position, and then include, just for cleanup purposes, include in the very end, well, actually it does say, doesn't it, in our charter, at the time of filing and.
At the time of filing.
At the time of filing, it doesn't say time of filing and, here, right here.
Time of filing.
Just time of filing, and I thought it had in here, and to hold office.
6.5, the city council does, mayor does not.
Mayor does not.
And I couldn't disagree more with everything you just said, because state law doesn't trump a charter city in setting up the elections. We've had lawsuits on that specific issue. What you could do, but seem determined to ignore, is you could take the language from that section, which is one of multiple ones that I provided to the Charter Review Committee. You could pick any of them, clip it, and put it in the charter, and then we'd have domicile as the definition. And all the cases that use that definition, but to say state law determines it is, 1, legally incorrect, and 2, it ignores all the different definitions of residence in the state. The big problem is we don't have a definition. I'm not quarreling at all.
Well, Mr. Colantudo had a different opinion, and I talked to other city attorneys that had a different opinion, and we're talking about election law, not all the other sections of law, such as tax law. So when it just comes to election law, I mean, we could simply state, but election law, but it's already stated in here that there has to be remain
So you
voters.
have the opportunity, I think domicile is the definition.
So Colantuno didn't have a definition of this issue. Like, you're saying things are just flat out wrong.
Could I just ask a question, Councilmember Ehrenheim? Is your goal to have a domicile requirement in the charter?
Domicile is residence.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So,
Equivalency.
would it be sufficient if we made a motion asking you to incorporate the domicile requirement as defined in Election Code 349?
Absolutely.
B, into our charter and incorporate the 30-day requirement, the continued domicile requirement to the mayor and the other officers as you deem appropriate.
Yeah, we'll continue the resident.
I'll second that motion.
Residence requirement, and we'll define resident using the exact language. And there, you have a definition for the charter for our local municipal officials.
Right.
If I could.
So,
one of the things that we discussed quite a bit was a number of charters use the term qualified elector as the means by which, and that indicated that they were registered to vote at that particular time. And that seemed to us to be a clear indication of the process that now goes on. When one changes their mailing, the Postal Service notifies the registrar of voters immediately. And that triggers the change in one's registration to be a voter. If you are a qualified elector, which means that you are permitted to vote, that is the rule we were talking about. We just didn't want to use the words qualified elector. So basically, we talked about
So
I think Councilmember Pinsler, what we're trying to address, former Councilmember Pinsler, is
you can call me Bob. It's all right.
Is you list your home for sale in this city and you buy a home in another city. Now you are no longer domiciled in Redondo Beach.
So pick a word and use
right.
that word.
So that's what we're trying to.
hold on. It's dangerous.
Hold on. Have you made a motion?
I made a motion. I thought you seconded it.
Yeah. So there's one other issue with this motion, and as if you're going to determine residency, you have to include the 15-question test that the state of California has been through dozens upon dozens of times. That's gone all the way up to the state Supreme Court, which includes a domicile of this state who marries a person employed temporarily in this state in the service of the United States government, blah, blah, blah. And it goes through all these other different sections, whether someone's getting divorced or not divorced, whether their spouse moves to a different city and they intend to remain here, if there's a restraining order. There's a whole slew of tests that they go through the state election code. So if you're going to do that, you're going to have to define that as well, include that as well.
Nothing in the motion is eliminating the current eligibility requirement that includes that they shall be a registered voter, right?
Well, we don't, that they maintain. So, for example, and the reason I don't necessarily think you should rush to a motion is Government Code 36502 dealing with
36502
2A talks about you can't hold office unless at the time was an elector of the city and a registered voter at the time of the city as a candidate as provided from a different section of the Elections Code 10227. If during his or her term of office, he or she moves his or her place of residence outside the city limits or ceases to be an elector of the city, his or her office shall be immediately vacant. But there is a slightly different section, 1770 of the Government Code. There are also different definitions in Government Code Section 244, 34882, 34904, and for voting purposes, election codes 349 and 2020 to 2035, among others. So one, you don't have to follow state law when you're determining the qualifications for being a resident, although if you go more than 30 days, the Supreme Court has already held it's a violation of the U.S. Constitution. And I think it's important enough that I would urge you to look at the materials that were provided to the council, and I can recirculate it to each of you, and look at all the competing definitions.
You mean to the committee?
Committees.
I'm sorry, to the committee, and I can give it to all of you before you make a motion or take a vote. It's not as simple as grabbing one random code section or one random case, which is a different setting, and saying, okay, we have to do that, or we don't have to do that, it obviously means this. I think it's going to come up again, probably albeit in a different circumstance that we can't envision right now.
Right.
There have been cases where, and the reason I'm laughing is because of how
We've had this discussion.
Ojai. So
Oh,
we had a council person who became unhoused in Ojai and was living in a garage. And for election purposes, if you tie it to that, you opine that, living in a hotel is not enough.
Out of a district, by the way.
In fact, it might be enough because you can register to vote if you're unhoused. However, the AG has taken opinion that if you own a business and you register in that business and you're not indigent, you're not truly have nowhere to live, registering in that that business address might not be enough. So there are all sorts of circumstances that have come up. You want it to be specific enough that all the future council people and future city attorneys advising them know, okay, this is what we've chosen. It's specific. If you pick an area of state law, the benefit is that you have cases interpreting those laws, and that helps a lot in terms of going forward. But I wouldn't just pick one.
No. Doesn't it cover all the bases then to say that they have to have been registered as a voter in Redondo Beach, remain registered a voter of Redondo Beach, and maintain a residence in Redondo Beach as defined by Elections Code 349, Section A and B.
No, just say section 349, in case they
Section
add.
349.
If I may, you have to do public,
Sorry, I'm asking the city attorney. One
political
second.
subdivisions.
Does that cover all our bases? I mean, we're never gonna, that's gonna tell somebody, look, we want you to remain here if you're gonna serve in office and have the intent to remain here if you're gonna serve in office to direct our policy.
I think you're giving them notice that this is what the requirement is, and it's a clear place that you're focusing on.
So the
And I
issue
think
that we had back in the last case we handled was that it was ambiguous what the term residence was in our charter, whether it was a domicile or just maintaining a home here.
If I could, some people have asked us why it took so long for us to get some things done. Welcome to our world.
Yeah.
It's much more complicated than it might be.
So there's a problem with using both. You can define domicile, like are you replacing resident with domicile? Because again, under this definition, which only applies for voting purposes, you have multiple residents. So if you include all of it without specifying that residence means domicile, you're opening it up to, okay, I've got one residence here and one residence in another city or another state. You're creating that issue. So if you were going to use it, I would suggest you use only the B section.
Yeah.
But there is a problem with equating residence with domicile, borrowing the language from a section which explains you can have more than one resident. I would, at least I would urge you to look at the sections that specifically deal with the residency to become elected for a general law city or remain, because now you can choose, like you can do that, but you asked me, doesn't this solve it? I have concerns whether this will solve it. I'm never going to have to, hopefully, ever have to deal with it.
I live in San Pedro.
Some people claim that.
I know. You said your people there.
Well,
Okay.
I
my
didn't
God.
send anyone there. And the reason they sent them there is because you refused to accept it here, and they
Oh my
couldn't
God.
find you, no matter how many times they
Okay,
tried.
okay, let's
at
get back
the
on track
location
here.
which you've
Okay.
indicated is your
Are
residence.
you withdrawing your motion or changing your motion?
All right, I'll amend it to include that they shall be registered to vote here, maintain registration to vote here, and include the definition of domicile as a requirement that they maintain here. All right? Not refer to this election code, that could change, but just pull that from subsection B of that code section.
And what I'll put is resident for this purpose means, and then everything from, is that place
Are
in
you
which,
okay with
from
that
that
amendment?
place on.
Yeah, I'm okay with that amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Did you have your hand up, Councilmember?
I did. City Attorney, you said you had some language that you had provided to the committee. It seemed to be that you're suggesting it would be good for us to look at that before making a decision.
It's kind of a weighty decision,
It's a weighty decision.
and there are multiple different,
There are multiple different, how soon could you bring that to us with?
Tonight.
by the end of this week. It's just a matter of me working with the clerk. I don't know that I put every section, I'm reading from a memo that I provided them, but I think I provided it one of the
I
evenings,
think
the actual
we don't need that detail.
definition.
So you're saying by the end of the, are you going to make a motion to?
Well, perhaps, and then would you be able to provide, based on what you're hearing tonight, a recommendation that would kind of capture all of the different iterations, the homeless person, so that we could look at it with understanding ultimately it's a policy decision by us, but something.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to do that because I'm putting my thumb on it. I just really want you all,
Can you give us something we could kind of work with
yeah,
that you would feel
I'd like
comfortable
to
with?
give it, because you can look at all of them and you can pick and choose. I will also, if the motion is to return with those, I'll also
do that.
return with language that reflects the motion you just made.
Okay.
And then, so you
Fair.
could cut and paste.
I'll make a substitute motion or withdraw my motion and provide that direction for you to prepare an amendment to the charter that's consistent with what was just, the motion just made, but also give us all of the research, the background material that you gave the charter committee, and we'll have this discussion on another day and hopefully finalize our decision.
That would be perfect.
Second.
Literally, if it's, you have multiple choices, this may be the best choice. I'm not opining on it, but I just need you to know you have multiple choices.
Thank you.
Because we have nothing else to.
And in my mind, the homeless person can just run for office under this
Okay, so we have
text.
a motion and a second. Councilmember Nairn.
Quick question. So we're saying here that the city charter then has it undefined.
Yes,
Yes.
that's
So
the
if something is
problem.
undefined in the city charter, it falls back to state law.
And which of them, and my point is, which part of the state law? Because I would say it's not the one that is for elections. It was the government code section that I read to you, which specifically has to do with the qualifications to be an elected official.
And ambiguities are going to be
Actually-
And the
interpreted
ambigu-
in favor of the person.
we
Right,
got
well,
motion.
that's why
We
we
got a
need that
second.
definition, whichever one
Actually,
you pick.
just real quick, there's, I won't throw out the case now, but there's settled law on that as well. It went to appeals court and all the way higher, and maybe higher, which definition is to be used, and it came to exactly what you just said, IRS versus election code, and it actually came from a divorce, blah, 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 but that's settled law too, so.
Okay.
We need to
It's
include that.
it's amazing,
but-
the AG, you need to talk to the AG and tell them they've wasted their time for the better part of 3 decades in
Please.
doing opinions.
Okay, are you going to make a substitute motion?
So what's the motion right now on the floor?
It's for the
work
city
up-
attorney to
work up-
come back with that, with
With the draft
wording
of
that
that language.
matches what you guys talked about, but to also provide the other laws that pertain to
And
this.
have it include the professional positions and the mayor?
Yeah,
Yep.
yep.
Okay.
So any other discussion? Okay, any members of the, thank you, gentlemen.
We got more coming, so
I know.
we'll be around.
We do? What's left?
Whether or not we should exist or
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
And also
Okay, any member
school
of the
board.
public wish to address this issue?
This is Andy Porchop.
Wait, once. You only spoke.
No, by bifurcating it,
Yes.
you, by specifically bifurcating it,
Thank God we have a lawyer here. Good, okay, let's get serious. I'm really happy I did not miss this meeting, and I'm really happy you have a knowledgeable lawyer, not like the runaway lawyer or the, I don't know, I have to pay $500,000 back to a client lawyer. But again, state laws and federal laws. You know what I mean? This guy comes up with the idea residency can prove by concealed weapon permits. You know who gets a concealed weapon permits? A policeman's wives, an attorney, and whoever is in this. Do you have one? How do you prove your residency without a concealed weapon permit? And this is your idea? Unbelievable. Sir, whatever you make, Mr. Webb, that should be double because you have to put up with all this. I don't even find a word for this. This is the biggest joke. This is the biggest joke. And what's wrong with the 30-day residency? What's wrong with it? You know what? I lived in the city for over 30 years and I did not give a hoot. I voted all the time, but I did not give a hoot to run for office. I wasn't involved with the city of Torrance business or any government business. I did whatever I made my money with, and that's it. You talking about and arguing about a state law, 30 days, 30 days. 5 would be 2. How you come up with 2 days? And why you argue a state law? All the elections and all this is regulated by a state law. And you are here, the big leaders and lawyers, argue with the state law. And sir, you're not supposed to talk. That's violation of the Brown Act. When you talk in a public meeting, you speak to the microphone because this is a public meeting still. Brown Act. Maybe you should study that too. You know, the Brown Act, because you are an official. That too. Look at that, they're speaking.
Yes.
Brown Act. It's amazing what you know.
Yeah, go back to school and learn about it because you are a public official. And talk against the state and federal laws. That's a great idea. Great leadership. Hey, you're lucky they did not disbar you. I use my time.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I appreciate the fact that you all have different opinions at different times on different subjects. I appreciate the fact that you can discuss them robustly. You can have arguments for, you can have arguments against. And I appreciate it most when you do it without insulting each other. And what I don't appreciate is somebody who doesn't live in our city coming here and insulting any one of you during the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council? Anybody online?
None.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all for?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. And you have the motion? You understand the motion? Okay. Okay, before we get, the school board's next on this, but I think we'll talk about whether we disband the group first, if you don't mind, while we have the gentleman here. Anybody wish to speak to that?
Move to disband.
No, you guys have what, one more meeting
Okay.
this month?
We're scheduled.
Do you have more items to discuss?
We have no more, well, we believe, unless what you decide with the school board, you want to come back to us, that's a different story. But everything else that you have sent to us, or we believe that we have dealt with.
Thank you for doing
Thank
that.
you.
I second the motion.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are you guys all for being disbanded?
It's fine with me.
Yeah, and we even have 2 alternates here.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this item?
I use my time. I don't want to insult you.
Good evening, members of the council. Eugene Solomon speaking for myself. There are issues that are going to come up. So if you vote to disband the Charter Review Committee, it seems like that would be the next logical step. There are still issues like the vacancy issue that came up with Mayor Brand's passing. There are other issues. So be mindful that there are still things to discuss with regard to the city charter that I will hope you will raise at a city council meeting should you disband the Charter Review Committee. So please commit to resolving some of those issues amongst yourselves should you vote to do that.
May I ask you a quick question? I mean, can we get a list from either you, I know you've been there since the inception and then now elected official, items that need to be taken care of still?
I just used the vacancy issue.
That's one issue.
As an example.
What's the vacancy issue?
Well, determining at the time what officially, what date that role became vacant was a question that was raised at the time. And I thought, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that was something that we would hope to get clarification on going forward should an event like that take place in the future. So just as one example of that. I don't know that I would have an exhaustive list of those things. I think that would be quite exhaustive. There are lots of things that could use tweaking. I would consider that to be one of the more important things to resolve.
If I could add, what you might want to do in the light of this and also the question is suspend our operations until we deal with everything, and then you can disband. But if you suspend it, we don't have to meet, we don't have to rely upon Mike coming in for more haranguing. And I think that might be the proper way to go, because you do have the issue of the school board, which may raise a question that you might want to go back to the committee for. If you suspend us, the only cost difference will be that they won't have to show up.
Okay, any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online? Okay, Councilmember Obaji?
We have a lot of charter amendments that you all have provided your insight on. We're going to have to handle those up here at council, decide what direction we're going to give. The city attorney is going to have to work them up. If we take off the meeting you all have every month off this plate, that'll free up a little bit of time and capacity that he's going to need, especially for things that need to make it to the November election and the March election. So I really appreciate all your effort, your dedication, your hard work and deliberations. But I support, bringing closure to this process at this point more than a year out. So
yeah,
vote to disband.
My computer just died. Did somebody else want to speak to this?
My only issue, while I support disbanding you guys or suspending you guys, disbanding or suspension, I do would like the list of other outstanding issues that were just talked about, vacancy, and if there's something big we need to take care of, we should take care of them if we have outstanding issues. So I would make a motion to suspend you guys and suspend the Charter Commission and come back with a list, or have you guys send us a list after this next meeting, or maybe have you guys talk about it at the next meeting. Are there any other issues that should be taken care of? Would that be perhaps maybe better? Such as vacancy?
We took our marching orders from you of what the issues that we covered in our deliberations. So
all right,
if you want us to provide, go through the charter and, mine for issues.
No.
Well,
All right,
I didn't think so.
I'm going to call the vote. We've had enough discussion on this.
Let's go.
We have a motion and a second. All four?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, one no, 4 yeses. Gentlemen, thank you for your service. We appreciate it. You've done more than we could have done, so thank you very much.
Always listen to you. Just not from right here.
Okay, the last one is the request from the school board. So we've got a letter from them requesting that we remove this section that talks about compensation, correct?
Without compensation.
Right, to remove without compensation from the. Young, did you want to talk to this? Or is anyone else
No,
from
he's
the
been here
school?
all night. I'm sure he doesn't.
He stuck it out.
Yeah.
Mayor Light, City Council members, City Clerk, Mr. City Attorney, and the public. Just want to say thank you for, before I comment on this item, for your service. This is important service to the public, this great city of Redondo Beach. Thank you for having this item before you. The letter speaks for itself. I believe you have read them. They're concise. It's consistent with our discussion back in May 7th meeting of yours. I sincerely request that you accept those changes as submitted. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Well, it's partially a question for you, partially a question for City Clerk. If we have this on an election, what about cost?
Okay, so this is for November, so I'm assuming we're going to have a November election.
Well, we don't know, but we'll find out.
We don't know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they would be a cost. I mean, technically, when I've done the county, when it's a county election and the school board's included in that, which was one time, because the county wanted to consolidate with all the cities, they gave me 2 bills. And we paid for it because we do the school board. But for a measure, that's up to council what they want to decide.
Do we have any idea what the cost could be?
Well, for us, I think I mentioned about 230,000
That's to have an election.
for November, yes, to put a measure, because if we're going to have measures, it's going to be about 230,000.
What if there is an additional item on the ballot then?
Yeah, I set it up for 2 to 3 measures, so that's about 230,000.
Okay.
There's
and-
really not that much of a difference.
Okay. So
Because it's based on pages. If I add a couple more pages,
To clarify, it's 2 to 3 measures, $230,000, but to add an additional measure,
it's
incrementally insignificant.
right, because it's, yeah, for one, it's about 200,000.
Printing?
Excuse me?
Printing be the same?
That includes, yeah, everything related to that. Yeah, that includes everything from the county.
Okay.
They do all the printing, they do all that.
While I cannot speak for on the board's behalf, it is my plan to ask our board president to send this item to cover the cost and have the board have discussion on it.
Whether it was on separately or, okay, that was my next question. Thank you.
That
I
we can
actually think
include.
this should be on the ballot personally.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Pro Tem?
Yes. Councilmember Obaji.
Why is everyone out of here?
All right,
Mayor is missing.
can we light up 2B, 2A, please? Or B2?
2, right? Oh, there it is.
All right, so I agree with striking out everything after term, that without compensation except necessary expenses, et cetera. I would like to consult the city attorney on whether we could add the school district, legally could, because I realize this district is a state entity. The school district shall reimburse the city for its pro rata share of expenses associated with the elections of the Board of Education or any other matter concerning the affairs of the school district. So for example, if they go for a bond, are we paying for the election, or that election?
So normally, when the city does a bond, the school district does a bond, they take care of it. They work with the county, they go to the county.
Okay.
So it's
all
not
right.
with our municipal.
So I guess that
so
would just be
far,
a period
since I've
there,
been city clerk.
rather than, so that this could be stricken. And then further, I'd like to ask the city attorney for advice on whether we could require by charter the school district to reimburse us for anything else related to the costs incurred due to the school district. So we just discussed that in our last budget. We're talking about between crossing guards, our student resource officers, so on and so forth.
I have concerns particularly about the second, because we're limited in not interfering with the operation of the school, but I need time to research that.
Okay, cool. That's it. Thanks.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Nairnon.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So I agree with what you said regarding the costs. I agree with what you said regarding and the election costs, Councilmember Lowenstein. I was going to ask that myself. There was a comment that you made, actually, former Councilman Pincer, charter member. It says in here, as we learned during deliberations, any resident must respond to such a violation by filing a police report. Then that report is passed to the city attorney, who determines whether it's a felony, district attorney, or misdemeanor.
What does this have to do with the school board?
Yeah, we'll get to that. So this is referring to charter violations.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
way we understood. It may have been, that's the way we understood it. We had a long discussion about this.
Right.
And, and Joe used to use, I got to go over there and go to where the light is and just punch the button. And then we have,
Wait, how does this tie?
All right, that's fine. So it's my understanding that there's been a police report filed on said violation regarding this portion of the code regarding reimbursement of expenses and pay or expenses. Does that interfere if since that police report has been filed and we end up at the city attorney's office, will that interfere with this, us putting us onto the ballot in November?
Does anyone
It's a
understand that question?
Yeah, the
So
police.
literally, were you listening when I explained that that was not exactly correct? So can you light up I've explained this so many times, I
The
can't.
felonies or DAs?
Well, the DA, but let me try a different way. So
Oh, come on.
okay, no, this is the point. There are the start of law and order is the people are represented by two separate but equally important agencies. Law enforcement, the police, who investigate the crimes, and the DA, or city prosecutor, who prosecutes them. I don't prosecute them. It has to go be investigated, any complaint, before it gets to my
I
office.
think his question, though, is can we put this on the ballot while it's under investigation?
It has nothing to do with
Okay,
that. And I
that's all we need to know.
don't even know if it's.
That's all we need to
know. I don't even know if it's under
Got it.
investigation.
Got it. I have a question, though, whether this is even in the scope of what we've advertised out here. We went from the school board letter, which mentions nothing of cost, and now we're talking about cost. And I'm reticent, we should be partners with the school board, and I think we should talk about this with them before we bring it forward as a change. And I think it's fair to do the change they've asked for, but I think it's beyond the scope of what we advertised this meeting to be, to talk about any other changes related to the school board, because that's not what was agendized. So I'd rather just get through this one, and if we want to bring it back for a second, bite at the apple for changes related to funding of elections and things like that, we can do that, but I would also encourage us to use our subcommittee to, talk to them and discuss how they'd feel about it before we move forward with it.
And I will say, other than the legal issue, I would have concerns about putting it in a charter, because there are many areas where we interact with them, and Councilmember Lowenstein and Councilmember Kolijarevic are both on a more active subcommittee. And they've pointed out many times how we have our youth sports league on their fields. They don't charge us for that. We provide security guards. Most cities don't, but when this came up maybe 20 years ago, community was pretty insistent that the council continue to provide that. And it kind of freezes you at a place and time, but that's something all of you get to decide. But I think there are some practical matters, practical concerns in addition to legal one about writing it into the charter.
So I'd ask the council to limit this to the responding to their changes related to their letter.
Well, point of clarification, I understand what you're saying about throwing other things in there, like SROs or whatever. I agree with you on that. But I think it's germane to an election to know who's paying for it as to whether or not we have to have a discussion about that as a subcommittee. So I think that is valid to know. I mean, otherwise, I don't know how the rest of the council feels about it. So that's why I brought it up. But I agree with you, the other things should be separate from this, not part of this.
Okay, so I stepped out. Was there a motion that was seconded on this item?
There could be a motion to direct me to prepare everything, the period, and further to research that question of whether we can put into the charter language that they have to pay the pro rata share
Of the election. So moved.
I'll second that.
And you may want to consider if
And I do want advice on, not language, but advice on whether we can.
you can do that under separate referrals to
Okay,
staff.
got it. All right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public?
It seems intriguing to me that the one issue, we discussed the school board quite a bit in the charter review, and the one issue that they want to get changed is when it has something to do with them personally. There are 121 charter cities in California, and 97 have school districts with contiguous borders. Only 29 of those have any mention of the school board. Of those, 18 have charter sections which state that the school district is independent, running under the education code. 10 other cities used to have their school districts in the charters, but removed them. That leaves only 11 of the cities in the state having their school districts in their charter. I can pass you the information that I put together on this. Only 4 of them state anything about compensation being illegal between them. It's a rare thing to do.
So 11 cities have ties to the school board. in
State
there.
specifically in their charters
In their
about
charter.
school. The most.
And 11 cities have an elected city attorney.
There's no matchup between, there's not really a matchup between the two.
That's
But-
just a volley.
I would agree with that. But the issue here is, there is a larger issue, is why the school district is in the charter.
So that's a broader question.
And it's something
We're not
that
agendized
I would
for it.
recommend that, it's intriguing that the one thing they want to change is something where it has something to do with them
Well,
personally,
we asked them.
financially.
We asked them.
No,
I understand that.
It came up as an issue, that's why it was.
we did ask them.
Okay, thank
So
you.
at any rate, I can send you all this information if you wish.
Sure.
It has charter language from all those 11 cities, and
How many of those cities take in students from other, like our high school takes in students from Hermosa?
that's an education code thing that has nothing to do with city
Getting way
charters.
off the agenda, guys.
None of those are in the city charters.
No, it matters. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Matter on this specific issue.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, any other member of the, go ahead, Councilmember Obaji.
For Madam Clerk, do you know why, I'm assuming because of 16.3, but why do we conduct the election of their board members, but they conduct through the county the election related to their to a bond measure?
Because normally do their bond measures in November, but, or they can, since I've been city clerk.
And because our charter mandates that it be on our general municipal election. Different school boards at different times have wanted to do it on a November or a June election because of the cycle of how it matches up with, and even when SB 415 was signed into law, they actually filed the paperwork necessary with the county to switch to a November election. But because we mandate when they can have their election, that's why the city pays for it.
And so as an alternative, if we cannot capture the pro rata share of their elections, we could strike 16, we could propose to the electorate to strike 16.3 elections from the charter, right?
Yep.
And that would absolve us of the obligation to host their elections, right?
And it would be interesting to hear from the school board whether they would be in favor of that.
Right.
And what about turbulence?
We're not agendized on this.
Thank you.
Okay, just giving them stuff for referral to, but that's the other thing.
All right, we've
But
had this
that-
going
I
before.
expect you'll help me with keeping us on track on the agenda.
Yes, I will.
All right, you cut me off, and now let's get going.
Okay,
Is there anybody
so
else?
where are we at? We had a motion.
Public.
Did we have a second?
It's me, second.
Okay, okay, so we're in public
Public comment.
comment.
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. I heard the public comment like 3 times. Look, they're talking here during the meeting. Anyway, so my opinion is the same as it was before, and I just would like to, usually I don't talk to the public who criticize me because that's not my thing. I come here to address you as a government people. I'm not going to your house. I'm not telling you what to do in your private life, how you protest or how you talk to your government officials. But the anti-American person came here just a minute ago and criticized my actions, my speech, and she's acting like, oh, I'm gonna protect you guys, like you are crybabies, So, and you did not shut her down. She was talking off agenda, and that's not her thing to do, but you should have tell her that's not her business here. Her business here to come up
Give
here
something on
and
this item,
address
sir.
you. Huh?
Give something on this item.
Yeah, see, you did not tell her that. See, now I made you something to learn.
You have something
You
on
learned
this
something.
item.
Thank you very much. I accomplished my mission. You learned something tonight. Maybe she learned something too.
Any other member of the public wish to
Thank you
address
very
the
much.
council? Anybody online?
No, none.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
All opposed? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
One second here. I don't think I have anything. Motion to make, hold on one second.
Clock's running.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Lawrence.
I just want an update on where we are with ranked choice voting for the March election.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Ranked choice
Update
voting.
on ranked choice
We're
voting.
trying for the 16th.
That's what we're looking at.
That agenda's filling up quick.
Now,
Well, that's what the problem we keep running into. So,
Is the 30th too late?
no, it's not late. We can-
okay, yeah.
we can bring it
well,
up
No,
to
let's
30th.
do it the
Next week is
16th.
crazy.
Well,
Next
but
week
the
is
problem is
crazy.
when we do it, then we can't get other stuff done, and then either you stay till 2 AM and decide it. So, like, the easiest thing to put it on, but then,
I'd rather do it on later. That's me.
is everyone okay? I know you want it next week, the 30th. Do you have any directions?
So much next week.
I'll check with the city manager.
30th has the most bandwidth currently.
Then we have one council meeting, actually,
It's an ordinance. This isn't,
ordinance, but to create the ordinance.
but you don't have an election timeline.
Yeah,
But
that.
don't we have to get it done by September? We call the
Well,
election
No, I'm calling the election in October.
over.
So you have to have it 30 days, but
You just don't have the same August 6th deadline we have for
Right,
November.
Right.
but it's still going to take us 2 months.
Yeah.
Right. So I just needed,
30th sounds better.
July 30th is fine.
okay.
Okay, anything
That's it.
else?
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
I'd like to have a council discussion about whether the city of Redondo Beach wants to join this good neighbor pledge that City Attorney Webb actually drafted, and that we're considering at the COG. Make a motion for that.
Second.
Okay, all for?
No, I say no because we need to put this on a strategic plan and work it on there because obviously we're so busy. I don't disagree with you, but I'd rather put this strategic plan.
It's 2 pages, yeah.
A page and a half document that's Don't shove your homeless to the next city.
Yeah, no.
We don't do that, and we will continue
Yeah.
to not do
And we want
Yeah.
other cities to commit to doing the same.
Should be a pretty straightforward.
Okay,
Yeah, it should be straightforward.
so,
Should be.
so do we have a second?
I seconded it.
Okay, all for?
All right.
All against?
No.
Okay.
Is there a date?
The 30th.
I'm sorry, is that the 30th?
It's 30th, sure.
16.
To be clear.
Okay,
And then, it could even be on consent, frankly. It could be on. And then, one other is for the city attorney, whenever we do get the school board stuff, please do bring to us advice on whether we can add stuff for cost recovery from the school district into our agenda, or alternatively strike 16.3 so that they bear the cost of their own elections.
Understood.
Just a second on that, anybody?
Into our charter.
In our charter, yeah.
Okay. I'll second it for discussion.
all for?
Aye.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
No, thank you, Mayor.
I've got potentially two items. The first is in light of the fact that we don't have a coyote management plan, I'd like to get that agendized at some point. That's not that time sensitive.
July 16th.
I think we could put that onto our strategic plan, please.
I've got it mostly written.
Could we do consent?
We don't want to wait,
Could we put it on consent?
potentially,
No,
but
we have
you
to
may
talk
want to
about it first.
discuss it.
There's policy consideration, so it will need to be a discussion item initially. We could probably get something in front of the council, third meeting in August, potentially, given how far along you are.
I don't want to wait too long because we're uncovered right now, and as we discovered during
We
the
just
last
have-
incident. and
We
so
just have three
That's why I don't
waiting
want it to be
meetings.
strategic plan, because then I'll get booted down the way and I've got something loaded and ready to go. May require some ordinance changes, which drive some more in depth.
I think the meeting's the August 20th, I believe.
I don't want to specify a date when we can get to it.
Sometime in August.
Yeah, 20th will be the earliest we can.
Okay, can I get a motion in a second since I can't move?
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Thank you. And the second one's a question. We talk about unexcused absences. Do we need to do something formally for that, or did you guys just,
I think those
you're going to move out on it?
That's the report, I think, that Eleanor was going to
I'm going to
generate.
create a report, but are you thinking of doing some kind of more than just that?
No, just how do we get a report on that?
We made the.
That was part of the motion.
Okay.
Can you just disseminate us the last one that you sent to us?
Sure. Yeah. And then I can bring one
Okay,
in July.
Consent calendar or something, yeah.
that is it for me. Let's see, what do I do with my, I guess,
Same
motion
as your
to
others.
adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Thank you.
What? Oh, we did that? Oh, missed it.
So much for short meeting.
Yep.